To smoke, please do it in the concourse area behind the grandstands, not in the grandstands. And if you have trash, that's what the green receptacles are for, not the ground. Don't want to interrupt those guys too much out there. Labor Day weekend special in the beer garden. Once you go in and drink it, you can't leave. Twisted Tea and White Claw Hard Seltzer, $4. Enjoy, and please drink responsibly, even if you're already up there. We want you to get home safely. If you've got youngsters with you and they like climbing on these nice, shiny grandstands, please remember they are not to be running up and down or jumping on the bleachers. Just make sure you stop by the souvenir stand and get earplugs for them, or have something to protect their ears, because some of these divisions will be pretty darn noisy. One more lap or so of getting the guys squared away that had problems in practice. We've set the lineups. We'll be running the modifieds with time trials. Everybody else will be running heats, I believe. To get set, we have 23 sportsmen and senior tour modifieds in the pits for the Star Antique Racers. That is an awesome turnout for them. Really good to know. And we'll be bringing them out first here tonight once we get things going. Then we'll go right through our regular qualifying order with Young Guns, 6-shooters, Pure Stocks, Mini Stocks, Nestra Modifieds, and Nestra Late Models. 8 laps in all the qualifying races except for the Star Antique Racers, and then we'll slide right into our feature rounds because we've got a lot of features to get underway here. Pace Truck is coming over the top, and here's Randy.
All right, folks, thanks you for joining us. Welcome to Labor Day weekend, starting off on a Saturday night here at the high banks of Monadnock Speedway. Pace Truck is gorgeously lit coming out of the paddock area, and we are set to go Star Senior Tour Auto Racers. And David can tell us better about these than I have. I saw them late in my early part of my racing here at the Monadnock Speedway, but there's two divisions, both modifieds and the sportsman division, and they're exciting to watch. These are the cars of yesteryear, and they're going to be followed up by our stars of tomorrow, our young guns. So we'll go from vintage racing to the stars of tomorrow, and they're going to hit the pavement. And Dave Sutherland's going to have your
When they get to go ahead, they'll be coming out. We'll have our sportsman division rolling out here first. A good, strong number of racers, not necessarily in the order that's on my listing here, so bear with us if we run them down. They'll get them fired up and rolled out. Our thanks, of course, to all the sponsors across the backstretch on the billboards. They're nice to have them helping support racing. We'll start from the regular racing direction. We always go the wrong way. So we'll start over with the Wiggins Concrete, Wiggins Landscaping and Excavation. Their numbers are there. Look them up online. You'll be able to talk about them. Apex Racing, just up the road for racing parts, and Rick's Mobile Home Transport and Repair, a big supporter of racing with us. And, of course, Craftsman Tools, the official tool of NASCAR. And we are moving on with the official cars of Star. And here they come. First one coming up is the 9. That'll be Scott Clements out of Princeton, Massachusetts, a 1937 coupe. The 76, around a lot, a Chevy Camaro written by Rick McDowell out of Sheffield, Mass. In the 1, there's a couple of 1s in the listing, as I recall. That'll be Joe Goss of Londonderry, New Hampshire. Check that. That will be Skip Stearns from Londonderry, New Hampshire in a 72 Ford Pinto. Next to him in the 38, Bob Guyon from Manchester, Maine in a 36 Chevy Coupe. Moving on back down the line. We'll see the 71. That's on the outside. And that's driven by Greg Gilbert. He's been here before out of Milton, Vermont. It's another 37 Chevy Coupe. Very popular car in the day for these guys to drive. Down on the inside of that row, let's get a good look at them coming around here. will be the 23. That's Ken Archambault Jr. from Plainville, Connecticut, a 74 Pinto. We'll catch the rest of them to come around. The one on the inside, that is the Nova number 1, and that's John Goss out of Londonderry, New Hampshire. They get in the green, and they are on for their 8-lap qualifying event for the Star Antique Racers Sportsman Division. Running out of the back, the 02, you'll see Michael Rucci out of Warren, Massachusetts in a 73 Chevy Vega. Coming up in the 2X, always a fun runner to watch here. The old throwback Eddie Flemke car, Charlie Lima out of New Bedford. And that's another 36 Chevy Coupe. Lap 1, and they are rolling. Watching the number 4 go by. That'll be Jim Torek from Norwalk, Connecticut. Working his way slowly up to the front. Rick McDowell always runs well here in this collection of sportsman cars for the Star Antique Racers. Having a good time with them. In the back now, the 04. I'll take that back. That's Jim Torek out of Norwalk, Connecticut. The other 4, if it is in fact a 4. Here they come, looking good. Getting out front quickly, it'll be Rick McDowell. Running up behind him now in the 71, starting to get themselves free from Cracker. Greg Gilbert. And in the 1, that's the Pinto number 1, because there's 2 of them out there. And the Pinto would be driven by Skip Stearns. And they're running away from the rest of them. Skip trying to catch up. Roadblock behind them. The 9 and the 4. They start to break out. The 02 getting a little bit of a run. He's a half a lap behind, but can he make some moves to get closer? He'll be doing his best. Michael Rucci getting away. The 04, the old Corky Cookman look-alike. But here your leaders, and the 38 has come up to join the gang. The leaders coming up on the backstretch, and we've got the checkered flag. So your leaders picked it up. The win goes to Rick McDowell out of Sheffield, Mass. That's a 6-lap qualifier, by the way. Forgot to mention that. In the 38, running in the 2nd spot, was Bob Guyon. And finishing 3rd in the 71 was Greg Gilbert from Milton, Vermont. And that'll help set their lineup for tonight's slightly longer feature event. It'll be a 15-lapper for the both the sportsman and the modified divisions here at the Monadnock Speedway on Labor Day weekend.
And Rick McDowell, it looks like, David, he had a for sale sign on that 76. So beautiful looking Gen 1 Camaro. If you're interested in going antique racing, see Rick. I'm sure he would make you a deal for such a beautiful car.
You know, I think he would, and he's had a number of full-sized late model cars over the years. This one may well be, he had sold one to someone else and then bought this one from someone else. It's what way it happens. Now these are the modifieds. They'll be running a little bit hotter, a little faster. First out is the 16 ME. That's Dwight Pickard from Lisbon Falls, Maine. Right behind him in the 70. That'll be Skip Swantek from Higganum, Connecticut. The 110 goes to all the car shows and all these races. Kurt Snow out of West Warren, Massachusetts. Always nice to see him around. The 44, Jim Allen from Westminster, Mass. in a 67 Ford Mustang. The 64, Art Merchant from Barry, Mass. in a 37 Chevy Coupe. The 61, the tribute car for Richie Evans, Ed Mulligan from Pascagoula, Rhode Island, a 73 Ford Pinto. Behind them, I think that's a Crown 7, a 7X of Gary Moore. And the 10, haven't seen him here very often, Jim Henderson from Templeton, Massachusetts, in a 39 Chevy Coupe. And who's bringing up the rear? It is the 2. That's Dennis DeSautel from Palmer, Massachusetts, in a 39 Chevy Coupe. Chevy Coupes were the car of choice for many years, particularly in the 60s and 70s. Before that, there were a lot of cut downs and odd-looking cars. We get a green. These guys will hot-foot it a little bit more. Hang on. Almost got them side by side coming off the corner. Swantek up on the high side. Picard on the low side. Allen way up in the high group. Don't like to be there if you're going fast. It'll be the 70, 16, and 44 this time. The 16 drops to third. The 110 of Kurt Snow could close in on him. Working down the backstretch, the 7X of Gary Moore, not the talk show host or the game show host. Hang on in the 61. The 70 and 44 are just going to do the show here. The 16 sits back in third. 7 and 110. 110 of Kurt Snow and the 7 of Gary Moore dicing it up for fifth place. The 64 could surprise us in the feature, but he's hanging back right now. Art Merchant in the 64. The 10 on the outside has not made any progress, Joe Henderson. And the 2 is where he started at the moment, way back there in scratch position. Here come your leaders. They've got a lap to go, and they are hot-footing it. Skip Swantek and Jim Allen. Dwight Picard. And everybody else getting through there okay as the checkered flag comes out. The leaders cross the stripe. The rest of the field crosses the stripe. Got the checkered out before the leaders got here. And now it's official. Jim Allen knew it. He's just going to coast into the pits. And they'll be back out for a 15-lap main event to start the feature round of the evening's activities. That's yet to come. We've got a ton of qualifying to go on right now. Coming up are the Young Guns.
Young Guns next, our stars of tomorrow after our stars of yesteryear. What a solid run by the 44. Got a gorgeous 67 Mustang body on that hot rod. Tonight is Teddy Bear Pool's Triple Crown race number 3. We'll crown a champion tonight in the Teddy Bear Pool's sponsored Triple Crown. But right now we're going to go Young Gun racing. Solid field of Young Guns. We've seen a lot of these folks travel and transcend on and go up through the ranks. Starting on the pole tonight out of Palmer, Massachusetts is the 16. That is Hunter Duquette. To his outside and a new ride she debuted last week here at the High Banks. That is the 2 of Claremont's Madison Cousineau. In the 29 Mass, long popular number here at the High Banks is Showtime. That is Addison Brooks. In the 14, out of Richmond, New Hampshire, rookie this season in the 14, that is Cambry Hubbard. Going to be followed by her sister in the 25, also hailing from Richmond, that is Kaylin Hubbard. Last week's winner in the 57 out of Jaffrey, New Hampshire, that is Marcus O'Neill. Multiple time winner. We call him the big dog. That is the 8Z of Owen Zielinski. 8 laps is the distance here tonight for a Young Guns qualifier. They'll come back to run 15 laps. 15-lap feature event. Coming down the backstretch led by that magnificent-looking Cernergy Signs graphic Monadnock Speedway pace truck piloted by Leo Martin Sr. Always glad to see Leo and the team here ready to go. Chris Horton says single flag start. And that's how we'll start our Young Guns. They're looking for seat time and trophies and experience as they pursue their careers up through the ranks. Many of our stars that have started here in the Young Guns are now running everything from late models to Pro 4 modifieds to you name it. They're going to come down the backstretch under the Monadnock Speedway sign. Scoreboard says they're going to hit the restart zone, sponsored by Surf Pro. Hunter Duquette gets the green and we're off. Got a special hood ornament on the Duquette vehicle. That is to wish Sophia Rigo, who used to drive the 6. Unfortunately, the car was wrecked in an early incident here a couple of weeks ago, and she is not competing, but we want to wish Sophia a very, very happy birthday. Hunter Duquette looking to put the 16 into victory lane. Got Madison Cousineau all over him. Got a little challenge, dives to the inside. Cousineau takes the 2 inside, and she takes the lead. Lap number 2 belongs to Madison Cousineau. Duquette's got a rear bumper full of Addison Brooks in the 29. Here comes last week's winner, Marcus O'Neill in the 57, along with the big dog, Owen Zielinski in the 8Z. Addison looking to the inside. Now swings the car wide, brings it back, but Cousineau's going to be your leader coming into turn number 3. Madison Cousineau has figured out this new ride. Now the dive inside. Here comes Showtime. Looking on the inside, taking O'Neill with her, and the big dog of Owen Zielinski. On the inside of Duquette. Now O'Neill makes the inside challenge. Coming down into turn 3. Duquette's high. Brooks is low. Just enough. Caution's gonna fly on the speedway. Caution on lap number 5. Some contact with the 57 on the 29. A little bit of a hot shoe into 3. Doesn't like exiting 4 that way. Some troubles on the 25 as well. She's still trying to learn her way here at the High Banks, but the Hubbard girls have been doing an awesome job. They'll get the hang of it. We'll never know what these girls are going to do. And never know where we might see them soon enough. Race control's checking the lineup right now, making sure we're going to get everybody in the proper spot. They are controlled, radio controlled by Race Control. They have a one-way, which is interesting for teenagers. One-way communication. They can't talk back to Race Control. Madison Cousineau, that's the former Cody Hull car. Excuse me, Colton Hull car. And she's definitely getting that hang of that number 2 car now, not the 24 anymore. And look at the big dog, Owen Zielinski in the 8Z sets P2, working his way out of the back of the field with the handicap.
We watched a race across the state with Colton Hull driving that 24 car, and he was really stout till he got tangled up. So there was a good purchase when their old number 2 got kind of bent up a little bit. Should be a good car for her to run. Might see a first win here. Depends on where they start her. These youngsters have come a long way since the end of the beginning of the 2020. I'm gonna get my years wrong, but 2023 season. So let's see what she can do.
Here we go. Madison Cousineau going to lead him to the Surf Row restart zone. Chris Horton's got green in hand. Going to let it fly. Here we come to lap number 6. Jump out to the front goes Cousineau, but the big dog trying to reel her in. The 8Z of Owen Zielinski is in the 2nd spot. The 57 of Marcus O'Neill sits 3rd, slides a little bit. Coming in turn number 3 hot. We've got 2 laps to get it done. Madison Cousineau, can she hold off the hard-charging Owen Zielinski? Madison dives into turns 3 and 4, exits number 4 in the middle. Zielinski looked low, saw it that time, but not going to push the full. 1 lap to get it done. Madison Cousineau looking to be victorious in her first heat, getting the heat turned up, and takes her victory. Cousineau, Zielinski, O'Neill, Cambry Hubbard, Duquette, Addison Brooks, and Kaylin Hubbard will round out the Young Guns field. They'll be back for a 15-lap feature event later this evening.
Pace truck waiting to roll out with our next round of qualifiers. This will be the 6 shooters. Dozen guys trying to go for, and girls perhaps, trying to go for a win here. The 6-shooter championship, by the way, will be settled in a couple of weeks. Right now, there is a tie at the top of the heap in the 6 shooters. One of 2 ties that will need to be settled between now and the end of the racing season. Tonight, the 9th and the 16th. Someone's going to come out on top. It just depends on how that works out. Right now, we see the first qualifier in the 77 from Goshen, New Hampshire. That's Roswell Mason Jr. Sitting outside from Pelham, New Hampshire in the 25 NH. That's Michael Yetton. Steve Miller Jr., the Grantham, New Hampshire driver, the 79. Gangster of Love, we call him, and he looks like it. Next to him, it's Jacob Scott from Springfield in the 28. Tyler Scott from Perkinsville in the 44, and I think it's one of the very few visits those 2 drivers have made here to the High Banks. And sitting back there in the 03, Matt Winter from Springfield, Vermont. We've seen Matt Winter here in other cars in the past. Nice to see him back. That's your lineup, 6 cars. Mason and Yaton in the front row, Miller and Scott, that's Miller Jr. in row 2, and Tyler Scott and Matt Winter in row 3. They work underneath the Advanced Auto Parts scoreboard, heading for the Serve Pro start zone. They're in the zone. They're looking for the green. There it is, and we're on our way. Quickly working the outside with a little contact. It's Michael Yetton. These 6 bangers are banging each other before they even get to turn 2. Yetton loose coming off the corner. Here comes the Monster of Love. That's the Gangster of Love. He's going to be a monster pretty soon. Works his way into second place. Mason almost got tagged again, or thought he was going to be. Your leader after 1, Michael Yetton. Yetton, one of the drivers who's waiting to win a championship. He's 4 points off the top. It's the Millers, junior and senior, who are leading the points in the 6 shooters right now. Lap 2, they start to string it out, but here's Steve Miller Jr. in second. Quickly moving into third from the back of the pack is Matt Winter. Looking really good there. The 28 of Jacob Scott sits in fourth. The 44 for Tyler Scott runs in 5th, and the 6 car on the track right now hanging on after a rough start is the 77 for Ron Mason. Halfway in this 8-lap qualifier, Yetton, Miller, Winter, then Tyler and Jacob Scott. Not done yet, working lap 5. Coming down to clean 5, get 2 laps to go. Yetton, Miller still hanging right tough on the inside. One mix up by Yetton, and Miller's going to be underneath him and not by him. Winter way up on the outside of turn 2. Don't want to be up there. Get it down to the bottom of the racetrack and stay with the leaders. That's what he does. You got 2 to go. Coming down for the white flag. Yetton, Miller, Winter, Scott. Jacob Scott hanging tough. Tyler Scott having a little trouble getting the handles to that in turn 4. One more try for Steve Miller. Here he is, dives, it looks inside. Can he dive inside? No, Yetton comes down, shuts the door. Winter gets into the backside of Miller, and across the stripe, the win goes to Michael Yetton. Second. The Gangster, whoa, hang on. The 77 got into turn 4 just a little too hot and works his way across the line as we finish it up. Steve Miller Jr. second. Third goes to Matt Winter from the back of the field, and then Jacob Scott and Tyler Scott round out the top 5.
Continue quickly while we've got a break in the action momentarily to thank the folks that sponsor us here. The Lundgren Automotive Group out of Greenfield, Massachusetts. Exit Realty. They're, if you're in need of a home or a business transaction, they're willing to help you. Credit One, the official bank credit card of NASCAR. NASCAR Home Tracks, Triton Automotive, Jeremy and his staff love to help you down in Greenfield, Mass area if you're traveling through. Comatech is a gasket material maker for many race-type products or specialty gaskets. Barlow Landscape and Excavating, they're willing to do any type of that for you. And we're going to get set so David can tell you about round number 2 of our 6-shooter.
Behind the Monadnock Speedway pace truck, you'll find the 7Z. That is Zach Zielinski from Gill, Mass. in the 7Z. Outside of him in the 52 NH, that's Mike Comtois. Mike got a little practice lap in here before. Then it's the other end of the Miller family. This is Dad, Miller Sr., Steve Miller Sr., the Space Cowboy. Yeah, there he is. We'll see how spacey he is tonight. In the 51, let's welcome back Garrett Barry from Whately, Massachusetts. Really happy to be here. Andrew Scott from Perkinsville, Vermont rides in car 13, and Tristan Bodwell from Sanford, Maine in the 17X. That's a haul to come over here, but a lot of these competitors race at the other Nestor tracks on the east coast of New Hampshire at Hudson International Speedway and at Lee USA Speedway. So coming over here, get a little more track time in for them and get the feel for what Monadnock's like. The rest of them are regulars up at Claremont Motorsport Park. You'll see them this weekend. 2 days of racing up there, tomorrow night at 6 and Sunday afternoon at noon. Join us. Hey, chicken barbecue on Monday afternoon, too.
Art Grenier will have his chicken barbecue and show ready to go. So join us at the Claremont Motorsports Park. You'll see David and Kevin there on tomorrow evening, and David and I will be back in the booth together for Monday afternoon.
Back in the set. Never.
Yes, that one.
We'll let Roy Rodgers and Gene Autry sing those things. I used to have their gun set, but that was it. All right, we're about set to get them going. Looks like we're looking for some parts and pieces there on the backstretch.
Couple of shout-outs out there. Steve Miller Sr., the Space Cowboy. He has definitely been the dominator. He and his son, as David told you earlier, are dead tied for the top spot. Zach Zielinski going to do double duty tonight. He's got Black Betty out there in the 7Z, a Pioneer indoor karting, Fine Line Home 7Z. He's had a tough year with this car. The car hasn't been what he's wanted. They keep working on it. Field giving a signal to double up, and we're going to get ready to go 8 laps.
We'll see how Zach can do with it. Zach, another one of the youngsters that came out of our Young Guns division a year ago, has a 6-shooter car and a pure stocker, so he's going to get plenty of seat time tonight. Outside of him, as we pointed out before, Mike Comtois from Pelham, New Hampshire, one of the East Coast guys. Right behind them, Steve Miller Sr., the 51 for Garrett Barry. Andrew Scott in the 13 and the 17X that comes through the start zone. They've gotten the go, and now they're going to see whether they can clean up just as well as Servpro does. Off quickly, it is Zach taking them off turn 2. No one's even close right now. Steve Miller Sr. is going to get it wound up and try to run him down. Comtois is there, almost got touched by Barry in the 51. The rest of the field sits where they were before. They straighten it out. The 51 had a little trouble trying to keep that back end in place, but it's staying there in 4th place. The 13 of Scott looks inside, look out, 51's up, points it right off the turn. It worked for him. Tristan trying her best to catch up to the rest of the field, but right now it's Zachary, Steve, and Mike, the ones running the front. Got to get on a first-name basis with these guys in case you meet them. You don't want to call somebody who's the age of Zachary Mr. because he's barely out of his teens. I don't think he's even out of school yet. I don't think he even has a driver's license, to be honest with you.
Actually, a recent acquiring of a driver's license.
Okay. Well, that comes along quickly. We're halfway now. Field sits pretty much as it started out. But that will not be a precursor for tonight's main event. That'll be a 25-lap event to get the second half of tonight's program started. 51 drifting backwards. The 13, Mill still might have a shot to swing down off the banking and get a slide job in there. Zachary running hard. He's got Steve Miller Sr. with 2 to go, running right on his bumper. The 52, Comtois has moved backwards a little bit. He might be in jeopardy with a lap to go. We'll have to wait and see. White flag is in the air for the leaders, Zielinski and Miller. Comtois smoking the tires on the corner. A little push there. And these are front-wheel drive cars for the most part too, which is even more tricky. Here they come down off of turn 4 through the restart zone, which is going to be the shutdown zone. Checkered flag is out. Zach Zielinski takes the heat win. Steve Miller Sr. goes second. Mike Comtois takes third. Then it's the 51 for Barry, finishing in the 4th spot. And top 5, 13 of Andrew Scott rounds out that field. They'll reset the lineup and come back out for their 25-lap main event here a little bit later on this evening. More coming. We've still got plenty of divisions and plenty of cars to put on the racetrack. And they're coming up next with the Pure Stocks, Randy.
Pure Stocks are next to hit the high banks here at the Monadnock Speedway. Going to have 2 heat races for our Pure Stock division. Currently, right now, it is a interesting battle going on. The Pure Stocks are tied as well. It is Chris Davis in the 16 and the crafty closer of Colton Martin in the 4. Dead tied points, right equal. Third place would be Zachary Zielinski, Carlos Grenier with 2 wins, and Dominic Stafford, who would get his first victory here at the High Banks in the Pure Stocks, a former young gun competitor. Watch this young man. He always has a smile on his face when you get down in the pits and talk to him. Heat race number 1. All right. Electing to start rear of the field. She's got a new rig, and that will be Aaliyah Tacey out of Keene, New Hampshire in the 80. You'll hear Aaliyah with a beautiful rendition of our national anthem shortly. So that'll give the pole to the 11. That is Tim Taft. Tim Taft in the 11. The 56, that is Dominic Stafford out of Milledge Falls, Massachusetts. The 20 is the reigning track champion in this division from the Claremont Motorsports Park, been competing on a regular basis here at the Monadnock Speedway. That is Chris Chambers. Interesting sign on the right rear quarter of the 4. That is the Brody LeDoux State Farm 603 Metalworks sponsored 4 for Colton Martin. The 16 sits directly behind. That is Winchester native, former champion, look to make it back-to-back. He's got to get away from the current tie with him and Colton Martin. That is Chris Davis. Tegan Edson pilots the 57. That's next on the grid. The 01, Jimmy Zellman Jr. The 98, that is Mike Douglas. And the 69, welcome back. He's ran all kinds of stuff here at the track. The 69 piloted by Jarrett Curtis. Going to go into the restart zone. Taft's going to lead him in. Surf Pro says, serve it up. Green is out. Taft, all kinds of pressure from Chambers. Going to give Dominic Stafford the lead early. Colton Martin to the outside as the shuffle occurs. They're going to make it almost 4 wide. Crafty work 3 wide. Oh, Colton Martin spins around in turn number 3. Cannot make it 3 wide and 3 and 4. That never seems to work. Martin, the victim of that gamut going on. Dominic Stafford looking to be victorious again. Got a new car. All right, Stafford going to get him lined up behind him. Chris Chambers, Chris Davis, Tegan Edson, Mike Douglas. Back with us again. Good to see Mike back in the 98 car. Car used to be painted blue, had some different letters on it. Was an 88, now it's a 98. But great to see Mike Douglas back here in action. And the Killer Gorilla in the 01, Jimmy Zellman Jr. He's always got a smile across his face when he's talking racing. We talked about some of his victories and some of his not-so-victory moments from the 0-1 as we were talking in the pit area earlier today. But good to see Jarrett Curtis back in the 69. Jarrett said they dusted this thing, took it out of the backyard, because his brother Chase is here tonight with us as well. And he said he wanted to come up here and race something, so they had to get it together. Field giving a call to double up. We'll see if we can get a lap officially in the books. Stafford with Chambers to his outside. Davis, the former young gun as well, and Tegan Edson in the 57. Tegan doing a great job. Her and her dad have really figured out something with that 57. They enter turns number 3 into the Surf Pro start zone. Stafford gonna hit the low line, hit the gas, and they're underway. Chambers looks to the outside. Stafford holds in the middle, but there comes the veteran, Chris Davis, to the inside as well. Outside is Chambers. Inside is Davis. Davis looking to get to the second spot. He's following in the tracks of the 56 of Dominic Stafford. Stafford slips just a little bit. Chambers going to take the advantage. Dives into turns 3 and 4 through the middle. Stafford's going to have him at the stripe. No, it's Chambers. Chris Chambers. He is your leader, lap number 2. Hits the long, hard pedal on the right of the 20. Takes that lead, got way high, giving Stafford the advantage. Gonna try it on the inside one more time. They're dead even at the stripe. This is only heat racing, and the heat wick is turned up. Chambers dives out in front again. He's middle through the corner, coming out of turn number 4. They're door into the door handle. He'll have the top spot this time by Dominic Stafford. Still got a rear bumper full of Chris Davis. And Tegan Edson's coming hard in the 57. Working her way up through. Battle ensues for 5th. Douglas on the outside. Jimmy Zellman Jr. on the inside. Chambers looking high, wide, and handsome in the 20. Going to be shown 2 laps to get it done, this time by Stafford, not giving up the low line. Holds Davis off so far. Chambers is still your leader in the 20. Chambers running the middle and high lines here at the high banks. Chambers going to show the white flag this time by. They've got 1 lap to get it done, get by him, or try. Chambers pedaling the 20 like no tomorrow. Hands sawing on the wheel. Dives the 20 through turns 3 and 4. Exits the corner. He's your victor. Chris Chambers, Dominic Stafford, Chris Davis, Tegan Edson, Jimmy Zellman Jr., Colton Martin, Mike Douglas, and Tim Taft to round out your field. Second heat qualifier for Pure Stocks is coming out. These have been such an amazing car count in this field. I can't thank these Pure Stockers enough for bringing the show. And if you're interested in a solid running, performing car, I think you'd look up the Martin Family Racing if you want to buy a winning Pure Stock. You might have some advantage, at least, in buying the 4. Here we go. Now with the correct lineup. Had a little inversion going on. That is your anthem singer in the 80 out of Keene, New Hampshire. That is Aaliyah Tacey. To her outside, it's going to be the 1 New Hampshire. He's got 2 victories under his belt here at the High Banks. That is the JP Trucking sponsored 1 New Hampshire for Carlos Grenier. Double duty we said he would be doing tonight out of Gill, Massachusetts in the Fine Line Homes, Neil A. Zielinski Electric 7Z. That is Zach Zielinski. Next on the starting grid out of Claremont, New Hampshire, that is the 20. She's gone to victory lane 1 time. She looked to add to it. The 20 is Sandra Santamore. In the 95, the Demco Auto Body sponsored 95, that is Keene, New Hampshire, C.J. Johnson. In the 38, they call him the Ogre, out of
Springfield, New Hampshire. That is the Ogre for Jim Rhodes. 97, young gun turned pure stocker, Claremont, New Hampshire. That's Adrian Smith. Next on the starting grid, did not have such a good time. That's Zach Garrow. And then the 14 will be Robert Lovering out of Orange. They go down by the Speedway scoreboard. Enter the Surf Pro start zone. Aaliyah Tacey's going to lead him to the pole. Green flag flies. Tacey in a brand new car, doing a great job. She got power steering back. That was a big asset. Grenier goes to the outside. He's going to look to lead lap number 1. St. Amour in the 20 for the second spot. Coming to the stripe, it's Grenier. St. Amour to the inside. Carlos Grenier. Whatever he's found for speed is the need. He's got a great go run for the 1 New Hampshire. St. Amour, Zach Zielinski. Oh, contact. Aaliyah Tacey, CJ Johnson, Jim Rhodes, Lovering, all involved. Tacey took the hardest hit, bounced off the wall. Rhodes looks like he's got some fender damage and a little roughed up on the 38. Johnson's got some scuff marks here on the 95 on the right front. Caution on lap number 2 here at the Pure Stock event. Oh. Trying to look at the replay of what transpired to get Tacey and everybody entangled with each other. Welcome all you folks watching on Nastrovision. If you haven't got a subscription, don't be afraid, jump in there, nastrovision.com. Replay shows, looks like some contact between Tacey in the 80 and the 95 of CJ Johnson.
Looks like CJ tried to get in up next to her, and back end came out on the car a little bit, turned him into the side of her car, which turned her into the wall. And the cars behind him come sliding off the track to avoid getting contact, but I think Rhodes probably got a little something into it. They're checking with Aaliyah now to make sure everything's okay. But they just got that car squared away, so she felt comfortable running hard with it. The last couple of weeks when they got the new car, they started in the back, and then talking with her last week, so we didn't have any power steering. And you just don't race these things without power steering anymore, so they got power steering in. Then they had to adjust to how the car behaves with power steering. They figured that out, and then they'll probably have to fix that whole front end and all over again. Well, let's see. Maybe she can get it refired. She's trying.
Kenny out and a crew from A Plus Towing trying to give Aaliyah restarted. Maybe not going to happen this time. It is a two-person operation with some assistance from others. Her and her mom. Such a great race team, such a great bond between mother and daughter. She was ready to go, excited. They'll get that back in there, and I'll tell you what, one great thing about this family of racing, that car, if it can come back out, will be back out, no doubt. Everybody in that paddock area will be twisting wrenches on it to get it to go.
Can't tell if they're waiting to get her pushed out or they're just going to wait there until this is concluded. Got 2 complete, 6 to go to finish up this qualifier. I'd say there's a right rear tire down on that car, along with other stuff. A lot of the nice paint job along the front wall.
All right, here they go, side by side, Grenier and St. Amour. Going to leave Tacey on the infield, out of the way with the wrecker there with her. Grenier's going to stretch it up, going ready to go green. Back into Surf Pro restart zone. St. Amour gets on the gas, so does Grenier. They're side by side as they cross the stripe down into turns 1 and 2. Going to continue that way. Here comes the pressure from Adrian Smith and Zach Zielinski. But right now, the top spot is anyone's game. Grenier on the inside, St. Amour on the outside. Zielinski, Smith, C.J. Johnson. St. Amour working the high line, trying to get into turns 3 and 4 a little high. Tops it off, gets back on the gas early, looking to make a run off of 4. Grenier still your leader as they enter 1 and 2. Carlos Grenier, Zach Zielinski, and now comes Adrian Smith. I don't know why I had that stuck in my head, but Adrian Smith doing a great job in the 97. The 95 of C.J. Johnson squeezed him up just a little bit as they came down the front stretch. Coming to 2 to go, it's Carlos Grenier. To the outside, St. Amour. Zielinski gonna have the window open on the inside. Zach Zielinski takes the second spot away. Zach Zielinski setting his sights on the 1 car of Carlos Grenier. Now back underneath, St. Amour looks under. White flag's gonna fly. One more circuit, 1/4 mile trip here at the High Banks. Oh, Grenier gets a little loose. We had a love tap from the 7Z. Here comes St. Amour charging hard on the inside. Coming to the checkers, it's Grenier, Zielinski, St. Amour, C.J. Johnson, Adrian Smith, Zach Garrow, Robert Lovering in the 14 on the 38 of Jim Rhodes. Great car counts for our pure stock division. They will be back running 25 laps in their feature event later here at the High Banks.
As soon as we get Aaliyah Tacey's car into the pits, which should be any time now, I believe there's a conversation going on over there, we'll roll out the next round of qualifiers, which will be the mini stock division. 14 strong tonight. I'm very happy to know that they have a future here next year. So they'll be drawing them from all over the place. We've got folks coming from Vermont, Massachusetts, and as close as Vernon, and as far away, I think, as probably Cambridgeport, Vermont, Sterling, Mass, Claremont, Baldwinville. Leah's helped off the track. And here comes Leo Martin leading him out in the Monadnock Speedway pace truck. Hopefully there's someone. There we go. And the first over the top. He'll be on the pole from Vernon, Vermont. Man's a single-handed team. He does it all by himself and loves every bit of it. Patrick Houle from Vernon in the 57X. Next to him, out of Manchester, New Hampshire, in the 44, that's Dylan Quinn, the guy who just loves to race in mini stocks and puts up with some of his own money to help make it even better. From Hudson, New Hampshire, Robert Williams, racing Rob in the 41. Starting 4th in the 33, she's had a good season over here. Aaron Aiken out of Claremont, New Hampshire. Aaron and the McGee racing team, machine. Starting in 5th spot, currently 2nd in points in the division from Winchendon, Massachusetts. The 48 for the veteran Kevin Clayton. Won a championship and a bunch of races back in the early 90s. Took about 30 years off and came back to race here about 4 years ago. Next on the grid in the 51, that'll be driven by Skylar Shippey out of Chesterfield, New Hampshire. Shippey in the 51. And Jacob Brayum from Rochester, New Hampshire in the 18N. Never been here before. Thought he'd try it in the Palmer and Sicard machine. So we'll see how he does. He said he was trying to figure out 3 and 4, which everybody does try to do, because it's a lot harder to set up for than 1 and 2. This is an 8-lap qualifier. Pat Houle leads him underneath the Advanced Auto Parts scoreboard, looking into the Serve Pro restart zone. They restart, but that will not be an official start because the 44 didn't go. Hang on, guys. Pat Houle was ready to roll. He sets the pace, but the 44 on the outside has got to stay with him. So they've got to get Quinn and the Rush remodeling machine back up there with everybody. Hurry up. Patrick's all ready to go complete lap 3 at the rate they're going. I guess the 44s does not want to get up in the starting spot. He's letting Rob Williams get up there instead. They're being told by Race Central that their lineup is not correct. We have not completed the lap yet. Rob Williams wants his things. 44 has got to move up around him. Maybe he doesn't have a radio in there. There are times when they don't. There we go. Now they got it. Looking like the original lineup with Pat Houle and Dylan Quinn, Robert Williams, Aaron Aiken, Kevin Clayton, Skylar Shippey, and Jacob Reume. All right, looking a little bit better this time. The 44 getting a little instruction about keeping pace with the leader and not holding back. And now they work their way down the backstretch. Once again, underneath the Monadnock Speedway Advanced Auto Parts scoreboard, into the Serve Pro restart zone. Green is out. And again, the 44 doesn't stay with it, but he's going to be left in the lurch. Rob Williams just jumps out of line and gets right to the outside of the 57. Looks low, tries for a crossover coming off the corner. He's going to dive inside the 57. Patrick takes it in too deep. Williams comes underneath, and Clayton is right there with him. Patrick hanging on for dear life as he comes down the front chute. Staying in second spot. There's Kevin Clayton there moving up. Aaron Aiken goes third. Skylar Shippey had a little trouble with the 51 on 2. Lap 2 in the books. Williams, Clayton, Aiken, Houle, Quinn, Skylar Shippey, and Reume. Robert Williams knows his way around. He's rolled up a couple of victories here already this season. In not that many appearances. 2 in a row a little earlier this year in August. Halfway through this one, Robert Williams, Kevin Clayton starting to put a distance on the 33 of Aaron Aiken. Patrick Houle got the car settled down almost. Turn 4 still a bugaboo for him. Stays ahead of the 44 of Quinn with Shippey and Reume. 2 laps to go next time they come off turn 4. Williams and Clayton. Aiken, 2 to go. Battle back there for 4 and 5. Quinn and Houle with Skylar Shippey, but the checkered flag will be coming around next time they cross the stripe. Still time to settle at least one position on the field. Williams stretching that lead out now. Coming around for the checkered flag, nothing to be gained by trying to race really hard. So it's Williams for the win, Clayton second, Aiken third, fourth to Houle, fifth to Quinn, then Skylar Shippey and Reume round out the field for that first of our mini stock qualifiers.
The Bob Stalker in the 41. Bob Williams doing a great job showing that Honda the Pilot way. Doing a good job tonight. As Dave, you mentioned earlier, he's willing to put up his own money when it comes to field filling. So he's looking for 20 or more. We've come close. We had 19. I said, I hope you got your wallet with you, Bob. He says, yeah, one more and I would have had to pay.
Second round rolling out now. In the 12, the Sontag duo, younger brother Cameron Sontag, sitting on the pole position out of Sterling, Massachusetts. Right behind him, his brother Cameron Sontag in the Raymond's Repair entry, also out of Sterling, Massachusetts. Funny thing about that. And then starting in the third spot, the 69, your current point leader and defending champion. Check that point leader, former champion from Baldwinville, Massachusetts, Louis Mayer. A few wins to his credit so far this year. The 671, Kyle Templeton out of Claremont, New Hampshire. Kyle's been pretty competitive. And in the 95, Nick Skillings from Hillsborough, New Hampshire. Didn't quite recognize it. He ran with Twisted Tea on his car for many years. Now back. Nice to see Nick with us in the 95. Sontag and Sontag on the front row. Chris on the inside. Cameron on the outside. Louis Mayer. Kyle Templeton. And Nick Skillings in the restart zone. Boy, a slow start. Let's see who's going to get the jump. Big brother does. Cameron jumps on it and blows right by his brother. And whoa, Templeton, whoa. Everybody got through there with just minimal dinging and denting. And the caution comes out. Templeton limps through the infield. Chris Sontag getting it fired up. I don't know what happened with the 71. He was going into the corner nice, and then the back end just came out from underneath him. And he is dead in the water here in the infield. Well, and not right now. There was 6 feet of water in that infield a few weeks ago, but not now.
Kyle Templeton had a tough time during practice. They saw him come off on the 8+ towing hook. Something has definitely gone awry with the 671. Kyle's always a great shoe behind the wheel of that car. And hopefully he can get it back into the pits, get it resolved, and find out what takes place and rejoin us for their feature event.
Being very ginger about getting that push, make sure that push bumper is not on top of something or under something. That happens sometimes. But that car just decided to quit on him right there in the corner and go sideways. So it's Chris Sontag, Louis Mayer, Nick Skillings, and check that, Cameron Sontag, Louis Mayer, Nick Skillings, and Chris Sontag. You'd think with different color cars you could get the name straight. But, you know, everybody who has had kids, and I'm sure you came from a bigger family than I did, you always get called your other sibling's name. In our house,
or a pet.
Or a pet. And I had, at one point, I think, 3 pets and at least 1 offspring, all with the same initial. You go through all of them till you get to the right person.
Cycle them through. It makes it for more of a challenge time for sure. Are they talking to me?
Yeah. Oh no. You don't mean Chris. You mean no. That's right. Here we go. Chris Sontag, Louis Mayer. Going to restart this one all over again. The qualifying may be incidental, but where they start may have something to do with it. Here we go. Cameron jumps right out in front again with Louis right on his tail. Nick Skilling and Chris Sontag. Chris trying to get it wrapped up. Now Nick's got that one running the way he wants it to. Whoa, a little high going into the corner. And Skilling goes wide. Raced here a few years ago, was very competitive. Hasn't been here for a while with a different car, so it's probably taken him a bit to get it squared away. Meanwhile, Sontag and Mayer clicking off the laps here pretty quickly. Whatever happened to Chris Sontag, it looks like it slowed him down a lot, although he didn't have a good week last week either, as I recall. Skilling's looking smooth at the back. Louis Mayer trying really hard to stay up with Cameron, but it's not working for him here today. Cameron's overdue for a win in the feature round. It's been pretty dominated so far this year by Louis Mayer and Bob Williams. In fact, they are the only winners so far this year besides Gordon Farnham on opening weekend. And Louis Mayer and Bob Williams have won everything, and I think Cameron's decided it's time for him to win something. We'll see what happens when we come to feature time, because the lineup is going to make the difference. Two to go. Sontag and Mayer, and Sontag and Skillings. They'll be working on the Skillings car in the pit for sure. White flag one more time around for Cameron. One thing I noticed with Cameron today is getting off at turn 4 much better than he has in the past. And I might point out that one of the better setup guys in the divisions, Chris McTaggart, has been working with the Sontags, and he may have helped get some of that squared away. Chris, a good racer in his own, and mini stocks years past, has worked with all the divisions to help set cars up. Good setup man. The win goes to Cameron Sontag. That was kind of a foregone conclusion. Second spot to Louis Mayer. Third to Chris Sontag. Nick Skillings rounds out the field in our second and final mini stock qualifier.
Cameron has piloted more cars here in different divisions for sure, and looks to put that 13, the Sontag well and pump Mustang, into victory lane here tonight. But we're getting ready to go National Modified Time Trial qualifying. 15 solid is the car count for our National Modifieds, and there are some heavy hitters that are ready to take time here at the High Banks of Monadnock Speedway. We thank you for starting your Labor Day long weekend. Hopefully you'll be able to join us here next week. It is the JDV Productions Whelen Modified Tour here as the showcase, but it'll also showcase all of our regular divisions each and every time that they are here. We thank Josh and his staff for what they do for racing and short track world of racing at its finest for sure. And then we will take the season finale on the 16th of September and bring everybody here. It'll be the Quest for the Cup, a 100-lap modified feature event that evening here at the High Banks. We'll start early. All right, here we go. Piloting the 02, Merrimack, New Hampshire, the Ride More sponsored hot rod for Jeff Rollins. Rollins gonna get his first time down. He floats it out of turn number 2 down the backstretch. You at home in Nastrovision have the best view in the house, or the folks in 3 and 4. First time is 13.619. Gonna look to pick the pace up. Hits the loud pedal down the backstretch. Drops the hammer down low. Here comes the 02. Second time is a 13.277. Jeff Rollins really has got that 02 dialed in here at the High Banks. We'll also see him competing with the Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown, our feature event this evening. Here comes the crafty veteran, the 84 out of East Hampton, Massachusetts. This is Eric LeClaire. Eric LeClaire, such a great gentleman's gentleman in the Tri-State Truck and Trailer sponsored 84. Taking time number 1, floats it into turn 3, out of turn number 4, 14.724, 14.724, little high in turn number 2, works it down the backstretch. Drops it to the bottom, looks middle out, coming out of turn number 4. A 14.462. Good run for Eric LeClaire. All right, next on the grid, she's a rookie.
In the 96 out of Harwington, Connecticut, put your hands together for Nancy Muni. Nancy, a longtime runner, gone modified racing this year. Started her career at the Riverside Park Speedway. Now out of Agawam, Massachusetts, gone. It is now Six Flags. Nancy going to try to put a good time up on the board. Last season, she said she was all done when the late model street stock stuff went down. Whoa, a little high coming out of turn number 4. 14.912. 14.912. Gets back into the gas. Floats it into turns 3 and 4. Gets out low. A 14.569. Good time.
Nancy came up here, I think, was a division, a street stock division that raced when Riverside closed in 1999, and we incorporated some of the Riverside divisions here. And then she stepped up to what was then our late model division, now known as the Outlaws. And now she's got a modified ride. On the track right now in the 44 from Palmer, Massachusetts, the Studebaker for Brian Chapin. Brian, odds on, always a favorite if he has a good race to be on the podium, if not be in the victory lane. His first lap clicks off at a 13.647. Always better on the second. Let's see what he gets. Rolls it down, keeps it low, off of turn 4, good line. 13.340, 13.340 for Brian Chapin. Moves him into second fastest time.
Spotter is his 15-year-old son, and man, Brenda's really figured out how to get dad around here. In the 99, the Perry Family Dentistry 99 brings us Antrim, New Hampshire, Kim Rivette. Kim had a phenomenal accident on the backstretch, getting connected with another vehicle, put it backwards up on there. Team has been pacing the car, putting it back together. It's looking more and more solid each and every week. Here she comes, time number 1. A 13.946 makes her third fastest. See if she can pick up the pace. Rivette, a great racer, a lot of laps here at the High Banks. A 13.541. 13.541. Great run for Kim.
These are into third fastest so far. Still plenty of cars out of the first 5 have been out with 10 to go. Here he comes, second time in this new car. This is the 73 for the twin, call them twins, but they aren't really, Cole Littlewood. Cole had a kind of a beater of a late model for a while and wanted to drive modifieds. He's on the track now on this 73. It's a car out of the Jeff Rollins stables. First lap, 13.919. Should be able to pick that up. Still trying to get the feel for the race car. Whoop, a little bobble there going in and a little bobble coming out. But he hangs on tight and gets a 13.763.
Fourth fastest so far. Got a little skip and bugger going on there. Some unburnt fuel. Cole Littlewood, reigning champion at the Hudson International Speedway for the late model division. Here he comes, had his first victory in the Jet Concrete 25. This is Joel Belanger. Belanger, such a polite, and we're a young man to talk to, but man, he leaves his driving in the hot shoe for the track. Belanger looking to take time number 1, exits turn number 4, hits the stripe. He's a 13.796, trying to pick it up. He gets back into it hot and heavy on the backstretch. Lays it into turns 3 and 4, exits the corner, here he comes. With a 13.518, making him third fastest so far.
Coming up next, before he gets out to, we got to say happy birthday to Walt Polchowski, former competitor, grandfather to JT Cloutier, who's on the track now, and to Jake Polchowski. J.T. Cloutier rolling out of Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire. On the clock now. He's had a couple of podium finishes. Very good second half of the year in that car. And could be even better tonight if he can pick off the victory. White flag coming out. This is the first time for him under the clock, 13.859.
The KG Performance, Long Chance, Pichette Brothers Construction 13 keeps getting stronger. Time number 2.
Off the corner, it's a 13.392.
Wow, what a run.
Fastest now pops him right up the charts. I can hear our general operations manager and his mother in the other room very happily chortling over that one. Happy about that, Mom? Yeah.
Here we go, out of Williamsburg, Massachusetts, was a mini stocker for a long time in the Fisher's Garage. R&R Homes 50X for Kevin Pitzinger. Pitzinger and his crew have been working the daylights out of this car, trying to get it to stick here at the High Banks. A 14.256 lap number 1. Bright chrome horn. No chrome horn on that. That's all orange. Pitzinger looking to take time number 2 is a 13.922. They've been adjusting and moving and adjusting and moving, and Kevin says, I don't know how to adjust on it anymore. We're going to try to see if we can get it to settle in.
New car for them this year, looking nice. They took parts of the last couple of years off to get the act together. Coming out now, your point leader. He's had a couple of wins this year, and he came out of the box hotter than a pistol off turn 4 to take the green for lap 1. This is Nate Wenzel from Granby, Massachusetts. Wenzel on the High Banks, on the clock now, hoping to grab another pole as he rolls off of turn 4, keeps it right down on the line, and under the clock at 13.586. If he's got a better second lap coming up, he could put himself on the pole. Here he comes, swings it off of 4, 13.223 on the top.
Ringing the bell to hit the pole was Nate Wenzel. Doing such a great job. Last year's Rookie of the Year here in the modified division. Speaking of rookies, here is the Rivera Racing 5H, and your pilot is Hayden Grenier. Grenier out of Claremont has been driving or got behind the wheel of a modified and really looking to turn the wick up. Puts the jet down, gets into turns 3 and 4. Lifts coming out of the turn, 14.074. Says this car feels so much better than the other one. It's just more comfortable. Here comes the hot shoe in a 13.500, making him 5th fastest second time in the car.
He picked up a lot on that second lap once he got that car to settle in. And again, a rookie in the modified. Rolling off now in the 07, former and very consistent full-bodied race car driver. Again, another one of our rookies, a rookie but a senior driver from Irving, Mass in the 07. This is Scott Zielinski. Scott's driven that car to the podium a couple of times this year. Let's see if he can nail it down to the racetrack and pick up a pole here. 13.752 the first time around.
Has been on the pole the last 2 weeks. What a shoe he's turned into in this open wheel car. Time number 2.
Whoa, slides it right off the 2. Scrubbed up. He's got the pole. 13.178.
Wow, what a pickup. The second run sliding out of turn number 4.
That may be the secret.
Maybe that's it.
All right, rolling it down and out of the pits this time. This car, it says on your program, if you have one, that it's Adam LaPointe, but in fact it is Matt Kimball behind the wheel. They've worked with LaPointe with some sponsorship on his car, so Matt said, let's give it a try, see if he can get it fixed out. So that first lap will probably be one he does not want to put in the books. Gets it low. That's his best way off of turn 4. That one goes to a 13.801. Not real shabby as the things go. Trying to get it settled in a little bit more. Can he knock Zielinski off the pole with a 13.357? No, he doesn't, but he puts himself in 5th fastest.
Good run for Matt Kimball. Great to have him back. Who's a Matt Kimball fan in the house? Matt Kimball, such a good hot shoe. Now, Croydon, New Hampshire. He's been missing the last couple of weeks. Here he is, Superman. This is Aaron Fellows. Fellows, a longtime full-fendered guy, now gone modified racing. Gonna look to put the 29 on the top spot. Love to bump Zielinski off. Can he do it? Here he comes, lap number 1. Through the middle, a 14.165. Got way high in turn number 4. That didn't work for him, or is to his advantage. Here he comes, Fellows, down on the bottom. It's a 13.502. That will make him 8th fastest. Aaron Fellows. And David, this guy, let's see if he can do it and knock him off the pole.
He's done it before. You're defending Nestor Modified champion Tyler Leary, rolling here out of Hatfield, Massachusetts. Has always qualified well. Let's see if he can pick up a good one this time down the backstretch. Sets himself up for turn 3, drops low in turn 4, could go lower. First lap is a 13.551. This has some possibilities. If he can knock 5/10 off, he's got the pole. He needs to do better than, and he gets a 13.190. Enough to put him in 2nd fastest time behind Zielinski.
That'll conclude Nestor Modified time trials tonight.
We're going to get ready to go and prepare for the Teddy Bear Pools and Spas 50-lap feature event later this evening, where we will crown a champion in that contest. Right now, Matt Sunhalter in the 33 Vermont is your current points leader. But it could be anyone's want to get that crown to go back home with them. Sunhalter, such a great young man. He says, you know, I haven't won any of these, but I've been consistent, and that's what he's been, Mr. Consistency.
The only way to win a championship is to be consistent. There have been some drivers over the years, maybe a handful, who have won championships here with consistent finishes and never won a race that year. And in Matt's case, that's true for this 3-race contest. We've had 2 of them. Matt has been here to hold his own, and he will be in the first qualifier when they roll it out, as a matter of fact. 8 laps apiece for the late models of the New Hampshire Short Track Racing Association. Sonholter has a 4-point advantage over Jeff Rollins. Tim Wenzel is only 6 points out of the top. So that's really important. A bad race tonight for either one of those top 3, and they're out of the championship picture. It would be a stretch for J.D. Stockwell, who's in 4th place, to get up there. He's 78 points. He's 18 points out of the top spot, but stranger things have happened. Let's see what happens here now as Leo Martin brings the pace truck out right behind him on the pole for this first qualifier for the Nestor Late Models Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown final. That's Kevin McKnight out of Orange, Mass in the 76 on the pole. J.D. Stockwell, currently 4th in the points, sits 2nd on the outside in this qualifier from Berniston, Massachusetts. Starting 3rd is Andrew Brosso from Claremont in the 81X. Sitting outside of him, Isabella Machella. Isabella from Somers, Connecticut. Spent her time between her work career and the National Guard in Connecticut. Starting 5th on this field in the 33V. That'll be the White River Junction driver we've talked about, Matt Sonhalter. Matt Sonholder in the 33 VT. And sixth starter out of Alstead, New Hampshire in car 19, it's Aaron Thompson. Aaron Thompson in the 19. Those are the 6 cars making up this qualifying event for the Triple Crown, sponsored by Teddy Bear Pools. Let's bring out one more that didn't make our list but wasn't sure he was going to be ready, and that is the 7 for Leighton Lutz out of Richmond, New Hampshire. Leighton told me he didn't get the car done completely. He wants that to have all the colors and the decoration of the late Richie Evans. He won't change his number probably to 61, but he can at least run with those colors. We'll see how he does here. Field is complete now. Teddy Bear Pools will be watching them come down to set up for the start of this 8-lap qualifier. Kevin McKnight and J.D. Stockwell, Andrew Brusso and Isabella Minchella, Sonhalter, Thompson, and Lutz into the Serve Pro restart zone. Green is out. Here we go. J.D. Stockwell jumps to the lead going into turn 1. He'll take them through the corners. McKnight goes second. Brusso, Minchella up the inside. Sonhalter, then Thompson, and Lutz at the back. First lap goes to J.D. Brusso moves into second. McKnight sits third. Fourth is now Sonhalter. McKnight rides a little high out of the corner. Sonhalter may have some daylight going into 3. He does. McKnight goes up out of the way. Sonhalter moves into third spot. McKnight kicked back to fourth. Thompson sits fifth. Minchella sits sixth, and seventh is Lutz. Here's Brusso. Brusso smoothly moves underneath the 45 of J.D. Stockwell and takes the lead on lap 3. Brusso hasn't really shown his talents this season here so far, but today may be the day with a lot on the line for the championship. Halfway. Brusso, Stockwell, Sonhalter, McKnight, and Thompson. Trying to close it down. 5 to go. That one stretched out pretty well. Two laps to go when they come across the stripe for lap 6. Brusso, Stockwell, Sonhalter. One more heat to go to qualify. Some of the other heavy hitters will be in that one. This is going to be a pretty tight contest. There's about 6 or 8 cars all have the capability to or have won this year that are going to make this a very interesting 50-lapper. Brusso coming down to take the checkered flag, and he will win heat number 1 for the Nestra late models, qualifying for the Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown Championship 50-lapper later on this evening. Sonhalter got the third. Your point leader sitting third. That's not as important as how you finish after 50 laps. So we'll see how that one shakes out. Ready to go round 2. Round 2 will be made up of three of the drivers who have been winners this season. And they should be rolling out in just a minute. All right, here we go. Pace truck's on its way. And leading them out in the 88 from Vernon, Vermont. That'll be Hillary Renault in the Valley Crane Service late model. Right behind her, your current point leader in the regular season competition and sitting third in the Triple Crown competition in the 83 from West Springfield, Massachusetts. That'll be Tim Wenzel. Tim Wenzel in the 83. He's won the last 2 races here at the Speedway. Starting in the 7, that's Eric Smith out of Perkinsville, Vermont. Behind him, different number, same driver, Jeff Rollins, second in points, has borrowed the Billy Clement Jr. car that raced here the last time out, and is racing that car. That's a pretty racy race car. It was on the podium last time out for the all the makeup races will roll into one last weekend. So that's Jeff Rollins out of Merrimack, New Hampshire, in the 33. The 7, the Shelton Enterprises machine out of Montague, Massachusetts. That's Greg Williams, the veteran, coming back for another try this year. And a surprise entry in the 26 from Rutland, Mass. Haven't seen him here for a couple of seasons. This is Chase Curtis in the 26. Let's see how they shake it out of the restart zone and on the gas. Wenzel and on the outside, little wiggle and wobble for both Wenzel and Renault. Renault will lead him off turn 1, trying to sneak his nose in there underneath Wenzel. In the 33 is Jeff Rollins. Rollins down to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to sneak up. Wenzel gets bumped literally off the line right there and lets Rollins get through. Rollins wants to win this championship. You can believe that. Hillary, Rollins, Wenzel, and Smith. Let's see what Rollins can do with the borrowed ride. Trouble for Greg Williams, takes the 7 up to the high side of the racetrack. Looks like he's either he wants to go to the pits. Chris wants him to go to the infield. Guess what? We're going to the pits. Here comes your leader off this turn. 4 to go. 4 in the books. Renault, Sonhalter, Wenzel, Smith, and Curtis. Hillary trying to hold on to that. No one making a move to change positions. We're going to come down to 2 laps to go on this turnaround. Hillary, Renault, Jeff Rollins in the 33. The 83 is Tim Wenzel. Eric Smith and Chase Curtis coming down for the checkers. Here they go. Hillary, Jeff, and Tim. That's how they'll finish it. That could be your podium, too. Picked up another lap here. All right. It's still the same. Whether the announcer makes an error or what, it's still the same finish. Hillary prevails over Jeff Rollins and Tim Wenzel, Eric Smith, and Chase Curtis.
Here we go. Invert in place. Track manager Michelle Cloutier. Aaliyah Tacey, our anthem singer, is going to pull an invert for these guys. And they will be inverting from number 7. Position number 7 is the invert. That will put Matt Sonhalter on the pole. Wow, what a great advantage for Matt to be on the pole for the 50 lap Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown. Ladies and gentlemen, as we start our feature events tonight, we'd ask you for a moment of silence for the memory of Angela Kimball. That is Matt Kimball's sister. She unfortunately passed away, and we need to keep the Kimball family in our thoughts and prayers tonight. Matt racing with an extremely heavy heart. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would do me a favor, please rise. Remove your caps
and get ready for the playing of our national anthem being sung by none other than Aaliyah Tacey.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaliyah Tacey. We had a clerical error, which happens in the results. That will put Kevin McKnight on the pole for tonight's Triple Crown Teddy Bear Pool 50-lap feature for our National late models. Kevin McKnight on the pole. All right, ladies and gentlemen, stretch your legs just a little bit, but don't go far because the Monadnock Pace Truck's on the top of the hill. We're going to get ready to go Star Senior Tour Auto Racing. 2 divisions, both their modifieds and the sportsmen. Sportsmen will be up first in their feature event. And I'm going to turn the mic over to the senior announcer, Dave Sutherland.
Yeah, these guys are all older than I am. Not really in some cases, but we're looking forward to their sportsman division again. And we'll get down trackside and chat with the guys who finish up front, as we always do. Sportsman, maybe a slightly older model car, maybe a slightly older model driver. So we'll see how that goes. Rolling them out on the pole this time in the 02, that'll be Mike Rucci from Warren, Massachusetts, a 73 Chevy Vega. Behind him in the 1, that's the 1 of Skip Stearns from Londonderry, New Hampshire, the 72 Pinto. The 71 being driven tonight by Greg Gilbert from Milton, Vermont, a 37 Chevy Coupe. Outside of him, that will be 23 Connecticut, that's Kenny Archibald Jr. from Plainville, 74 Ford Pinto. In the 04, that'll be the 04, Jim Torok from Norwalk, Connecticut, in a 78 Ford Pinto. On the outside of him, looks to be like the 70. Bring that around and get a good look at it. Let's try and make that the 9. Starting on the grid will be the 9. Scott Clements from Princeton, Massachusetts. The 2X. Always the tribute car. Charlie Lima from New Bedford driving the 2X. Green is out. Here we go. We'll catch up the rest of the field. The front runners quickly. The 02 jumps out with Stearns and the 23 of Archibald. Rucci, Stearns, Archambault, the 71 running in 5th of Gilbert. I think he did okay the last time they were here. He made the podium. The 04 Corky Cookman tribute car for Jim Torek. Up on the outside, never to be denied, the 2X Charlie Lima. Not afraid to push it just a little bit, but there's no room there to push. Archambault challenging Stearns a little bit now, still out in front, having a little trouble trying to keep up the pace. Maybe there's some issues with the 02. Coming up the outside, seems to be the fast line around. Archambault gets way up. I don't like to see him getting up that high in the banking, even if they are just sort of practice driving compared to the guys who race here to make money. They get trophies and they have a good time, and that's what really matters. Getting to be a battle now between the 02 and the 23. 23 of Archambault up high. The 02 of Rucci down low, almost dead even across the stripe. Stearns is still there. The 04 of Torek has moved up a little bit. The 71 of Gilbert stays right there in the top 5. The 68 of John Mulcahy of Lakeville in the Mustang, trying to stick his nose into the top 5 there.
David, a couple of Pintos and a Vega. This is a classic Ford versus Chevy battle up front for sure.
Well, those are the cars that made their names known in the 70s and into the early 80s. There were a few guys still running coupes by the end of the 70s. Interesting point we wanted to make here during this competition. We wanted to go back 50 years just to see who was winning on Labor Day weekend 50 years ago. And in the modifieds was a guy named Charlie Savage. Picked up the win on Labor Day. Ronnie Bodge won the sportsman division, and the streets went to Brian Manette, the late Brian Manette. We're halfway now. Be nice to see some of Dick Chugger Savage's little number 37 out and see whether that was still viable. Meanwhile, it's a battle between Archambault and Rucci, Stearns and Gilbert. Let's see who's going to give way. Archambault, Ken Archambault has it way up on the high side of turn 2. Stearns starting to sneak around the outside. Rucci backing out of a little bit. Keep an eye on that little silver coupe coming out of nowhere with 5 to go. The 06 we haven't even mentioned before, and all of a sudden he's in the picture. John Jalbert starting to rise to the front and made it way into the top 5 now. Archambault and Rucci still up front. In the middle is Stearns, Gilbert, and now Jalbert. Gilbert and Jalbert battling back. Their trouble with the Lima machine, the 2, bouncing across the speed humps there, and comes to a stop. We're going to throw the caution here with 3 laps left. Hang on, boys and girls. Charlie Lima trying to get the 2 to work his way, because over the speed humps is probably not the best place for a really low-slung modified coupe. They all slow down. That's going to give somebody a chance to catch up here, I think. That would be the 9. Hadn't really had a chance to mention him a whole lot. Scott Clements of Princeton, Mass, in that 37 Chevy coupe.
Definitely our stars of yesterday, Dave. It was awesome. I remember when I first started coming here, these were still racing here. Now, that was a while ago, but you saw these on a regular Saturday night basis, and it must be just amazing to see these
Certainly
cars.
this modified style. You know, a lot of these guys were downcountry cars. The 04 Corky Cookman, sadly killed at Stafford in an accident. We're ready to go green again. But Vegas and Pintos began to erase the dominance of the coupes in the day. Vegas and Pintos, occasionally a Pinto wagon or a Vega wagon. We're coming down here now. Up front, no change. Still Archambault trying to challenge the Rucci machine. Stearns got slipped up a little bit. Gilbert and Jalbert still in the top 5. Now we have the white flag coming out.
Here we go. One more circuit here at the High Banks. Archambault looking to go to victory lane. Followed by the 0-2, or will it be the 1? Will it be the 1, New Hampshire, of Skip Stearns still working the outside? Here we go, coming to the double checkers. It's Archambault, Ken Archambault, followed by the 0-2 of Mike Rucci, and then the 1 of Skip Stearns. What a great way to celebrate Labor Day here at the High Banks with a Star Antique Racing Series here in the house. Dave Sutherland's going to make his way down to victory lane, talk with our top 3. See what Ken Archambault thinks about victory here at the High Banks. It will be Ford, Chevy, Ford in victory lane. You're gonna unfortunately have to hook the 2X of Charlie Lima, assist him off the track. But we're gonna go trackside now with Dave Sutherland in victory lane.
Hey, thanks a lot there, Randy. Well, yes, we do have Ken Archambault climbing out. Give him a chance to get his helmet off and chat with us a little bit about the ride around the High Banks. I'll hold the flag. You can take your helmet off. How's that? I haven't ever held one of these. And by the way, these guys do use all the appropriate safety equipment, neck braces, helmets, fire suits. Not like the old days. Sometimes there were guys not quite racing in fire suits or maybe half a fire suit. Full face helmets were gone. There were often just plain old helmets. Not even these fancy racing helmets that they use now. That's the difference between 50 years ago when we were in our 3rd season here at Monadnock, now this being our 53rd season. And as we said, the winner on Labor Day weekend, if you missed it, was Chuggy Savage. Had started his racing at New London Waterford. Ken, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the owners of the track, all the staff here, all the fans that came out this evening. This is a great track. I love coming here from Connecticut.
Doesn't compare to the Connecticut tracks, though. You had a whole bunch of them down there at one time. We had plenty of places to race.
Oh yeah, this is my first year ever racing. I've always been the guy turning the wrenches. My uncle happened to give me the opportunity this year to do it. And without him, my wife, my kids, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing right now.
Which means you're never too old to start.
No.
But I'm not gonna.
Thank you.
Good, our winner, Ken Archambault Jr. And over here we have the guys that came in, Mr. Rucci and Mr. Stearns. Fun?
Yeah, ball. I love the crowd. I mean, the crowd gets you going. You know that you're out there. You want to put on, a good show. You want to do your best out there. And I pushed it and, did a good job.
There you are. And 3rd place, Mr. Stearns. This is not the first car you've ever had here.
No, actually, I got 3 here tonight. The Nova, the real beautiful Nova is mine, and my other car is coming out, the 7X. This is an addiction to me. I love it. I love you people. Without you, we can't play with our toys. Please keep coming. I mean it. This is my toy. I love everybody. Come in the pits, get in the car. If you're real pretty, I'll let you drive it.
I'll leave some of us out real fast.
Yeah, you're out. No beard.
And that's how we look down here in Victory Lane. We'll be back with our modifieds in just a minute.
Thank you.
A big round of applause, Monadnock Speedway fans. And Dave's got it correct. We're getting ready. It will be the Star, the Senior Tour Auto Racers Modifieds, next up for a 15-lap feature event. Dave's going to make his way from Victory Lane back up here to the tower. While you have a moment, folks, stand up, stretch your legs. If you haven't had an opportunity yet, there's great food at our concession stand. There are some specials up in the Turn 1 grandstands, or excuse me, concession stand area. Lenny's got some specialties, meatball grinders, steak and cheese subs, and much, much more. He'd love to serve your appetite well. If you haven't yet or had an opportunity, down below the tower is our souvenir stand. Please take home a souvenir that you were here at the high banks of Monadnock Speedway. The sweatshirts, t-shirts, hats, decals, you name it, there to show your friends and fans exactly where you were this Saturday night. All right, the Monadnock Speedway pace truck's going to lead them out. These are the Star, the Senior Tour Auto Racers Modified Setup. Going to hand the mic back for their introduction to Dave Sutherland.
All right, here we go. Rolling out in the 64, Art Merchant out of Barre, Massachusetts. That's a 37 Chevy Coupe. Right behind him in the 61. From Lisbon Falls, Maine, the 61 ME of D. White Picard, 72 Vega. Next on your starting grid for these modifieds will be the 2. That's Dennis DeSautel from Palmer, Mass, a 39 Chevy Coupe. That's about the last time they really made coupes like that. Next up will be the 10. That's John Henderson from Templeton, Mass, in a 39 Chevy Coupe. The 110, Kurt Snow, makes all the shows, 36 Chevy Coupe out of West Warren, Massachusetts. In the 16 ME, that's Dwight Pickard. Did I get that wrong? 61 is the one I'm trying to get to you. Ed Mulligan out of Pascagoula, Rhode Island, in the 73 Ford Pinto. The 44, James Allen, a regular on the vintage car circuit out of Westminster, Mass, in a Mustang, 1967 if you must. And the 7, that's Gary Moore out of Manchester, New Hampshire, a 37 Chevy Coupe. I think that's them all. They're ready to go for 15 laps. Here they come, flags out of the restart zone and on the gas. Merchant jumps out quickly, quickly. DeSautel runs hard into second spot. The 3rd, the 10, moves up the line. That's Henderson. Then the 16 of Dwight Pickard as the modifieds really crank it up. James Allen coming out of the back of the pack and running toward the front as the others fade just a little bit. Allen not afraid to punch the gas. Merchant showing you how the coupes could run. Sharp looking cars. They used them on dirt, used them on asphalt. Then Bob Judkins came out with a Pinto. NASCAR didn't like it, but they eventually accepted it, and they were all Pintos and Vegas after that point. Merchant, DeSautel, Henderson, your top 3 runners right now. Merchant, DeSautel, and Henderson. Pickard, and I don't mean Captain Pickard, the 70, Skip Swantek, had a good finish in his qualifier, sitting back in 5th right now. 61 starting to fall back. Ed Mulligan having a little trouble in the 61, hanging in there. Guys are coming up on him pretty quickly. Merchant, DeSautel, and Henderson. Picard. Get a little battle now from the 70 of Swantek. Merchant way up in that fourth groove. Pretty scary up there to watch. Moving inside, Dennis DeSautel. DeSautel inching ahead, but there's a lapped car. Oh, and the lapped car goes high. Oh my goodness, hang on. And they all have to slow up with the lapper there. Everybody gets off it. They don't want to wreck these cars. They are show cars. DeSautel, 61, not quite sure where he needs to be on the racetrack. They make a try. DeSautel gets up to the high side. There goes Merchant. The 10 finally of Henderson slides underneath over on the outside. Swantek and Allen, 5 laps to go. Working lap 11. Averted a wild time on the backstretch. They've got it squared away now. Maybe one more trying to get around the 61. That's Captain Picard. Had been running with a top 6, but right now is struggling to get around to 61. Coming down with 3 to go. 5-car breakaway here in the modified division of the Senior Tour. Dennis DeSautel in the 2. Running up front with the 64 of Merchant and the 10 of Henderson. 2 laps left. DeSautel looking to hold on to it.
DeSautel putting the coupe where it needs to be in the 2, the Snowflake 2. Coming down, he's going to take the white flag from Chris Horton. One more circuit around the quarter mile. Looks like the 10 of Kurt Snow tried to make a jump on the 64 of Art Merchant, but coming to the checkers here in 15-lap feature, it's Dennis DeSautel. DeSautel does a great job getting that 39 Chevy Coupe to victory lane. Looks like the 44 of James Allen going to come up and give him a congratulatory, well, tell him thank you very much. This is just our second feature here tonight at the High Banks of Monadnock Speedway, folks. We're going to make our way to victory lane for the modifieds for the Star Senior Tour Auto Racers. And we've got much, much more racing here ahead tonight here. Thank you for joining us. As always, we want to let you know how special you are to us. And we're going to send it to victory lane trackside with Dave Sutherland.
All right. Dennis DeSautel on the podium. The last visit, these guys were here with us, but has a chance to get to the winner's circle this time with Merchant behind him and Henderson. Styles of modifieds we saw all around New England back in the 70s and 80s. Dennis, come on over here. Get a good look at you. Pretty little race car. And a pretty good little race for you tonight.
Yes, it was very fun. Fast, it was fun.
Fast and fun, that's the key, fast and fun. Tell us a little bit about the car.
Well, we race it all over New England, New York, Pennsylvania, then down to Florida for Daytona, New Smyrna.
Was this one you built from scratch or one that was originally a race car from New England?
No, we built this from scratch as a replica.
A replica, there you go. That's a labor of love, and your winner this time, Dennis DeSautel. Mr. Merchant, come on over here. Don't make you walk too far because it looks like it's more of an effort than not, but the old machine got around here pretty nicely tonight.
Yeah, did good, did well. I just put another motor and I blew it up 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's hard to imagine. I mean, you guys don't exactly beat these cars to death.
Yeah, well, they do break.
They do break, and I note something of interest because most of the divisions run a 350. You've got a 327 in here.
No, it's a 355.
It lies. The car lies. Okay, so, but ordinarily there was a division that ran here that had 327s.
That's right. This car ran at Lee in the Yankee division, certain parts, but Buzzy Bazanson drove it. He was a champ up there.
We remember Buzzy raced over here sometimes, but a nice run. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We'll let the camera stay here, and we'll bring Mr. Henderson with us. Car looked a little pokey in the qualifier, but it perked right up.
It did kirk right up, and I thought I had second, but I got tied up behind that lap car, and Arthur made a nice move to get by me again, and so I ended up third.
But third is better than putting it on the trailer in pieces.
You know that. And just want to thank Monadnock Speedway for hosting the Star Club, and hope we put on a good show for you guys.
And we know you did. Tell me just a little bit about your car.
My car is a tribute to the Fred Borden car, which won the Westboro Speedway Modified Championship from 1960 to 1968. And Fred is in the near Hall of Fame, and that's a tribute to him.
Congratulations, great run. Nice to have the history. We're ready to go. We've got more racing. Young Guns are next.
Star Senior Tour Auto Racers Modified Division. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the victors. They really are the stars of yesteryear. And now we're going to see the stars of tomorrow. Our Young Guns are the next feature event here at the High Banks. Going to go 15 laps for their feature this evening. We've seen multiple winners. We've seen multiple time winners. Maybe we have a new one coming tonight. A big weekend here next weekend here at the High Banks. It will be the JDV Productions Whelen Modified Winchester Fair here in town next Saturday night. Put it on your calendars, and along with the Whelen Modified Tour will be all of our normal divisions. You'll see Young Guns, six shooters, pure stocks, mini stocks, our Nastra Modifieds, and the Nastra late models. Get your tickets early, folks. You can get them from jvdproductions.com. Sign on, sign up, and get ready for the JDV experience that will take place here at the High Banks Monadnock Speedway next Saturday night. And following that up, September 16th, that Saturday, we'll start early because we will crown our champions in all of our divisions. You'll see spectator races as well, along with our annual big wheel race. Youngsters will be competing here on the front stretch in big wheel competition. Monadnock Pace Truck takes the top of turn number 2. We'll exit there with our Young Guns in show. Starting on the pole tonight, out of Palmer, Massachusetts in the 16, that is Hunter Duquette. The ride, that is a new ride that looks like we've got the adjustments made for Madison Cousineau in the 2 car. Next on the grid is the 14, Richmond, New Hampshire's Cambry Hubbard. Last week's winner in the 57 out of Jaffrey, New Hampshire, that is Marcus O'Neill. Followed up by the 8C, Gill, Massachusetts, brings us the big dog, that is Owen Zielinski. Next on the starting grid in the 29 Mass, that is
third generation driver, really, if you wanted to calculate it out. It's the Brooks Auto and Showing, Berterney's Auto sponsor. That's Showtime, Addison Brooks. And starting tail on the field out of Richmond is the second of our rookies, the Hubbards. This is Kalen Hubbard in the 25. Chris Horton looking them over. Lineup is in spot. They'll start single file, giving him the signal that green is going to go next time by. Hunter Duquette's going to lead Madison Cousineau, followed by the 14 of Cambry Hubbard, Marcus O'Neill, Owen Zielinski, Addison Brooks, and Kalen Hubbard. Duquette going to come out of turn number 2. He'll set the pace down the backstretch. Works it over, looks it over. Green flag is pointed to the Serve Pro restart zone. Duquette's going to set it down. Here we go. Green is out. Duquette takes the early jump and tries to run away. We have a sandwich behind the 14 with Marcus O'Neill in the 57 and Owen Zielinski working the outside. Hunter Duquette swings it in turns 3 and 4. A little high coming out. Madison Cousineau got the 2-car in spot, ready to take an advantage. But right now the battle ensues for third. But here comes Cousineau to the inside of Duquette. Starts the initial eye look over. Now tries to work the inside. Duquette to the top. If he opens the window, he better close it quick because the 2-car of Madison Cousineau looks really solid coming down the backstretch as they enter into turns 3 and 4. Duquette goes high. Cousineau looking to go low. But here comes Marcus O'Neill in the 57. Cousineau, your new leader, coming out of turn number 2. Duquette goes high. And the 57, along with the 8C of Owen Zielinski, that is your top 3. Madison Cousineau, brand new car a couple of weeks ago. Looks like she's always been in it for a long time. She's stretching her lead out, but here comes O'Neill in the 57 and the 8C of Owen Zielinski. Oh, the 25. Tough break for Kalen Hubbard. She gets a little squirrely coming out of 4. Challenge for second. Zielinski to the inside. O'Neill on the outside. Zielinski dives into turn number 2. Looking across him over is the 57. Owen says, I'm going after the lead. Owen Zielinski setting his sights on your leader, the 2-car of Madison Cousineau. Madison doing a great job. We're almost halfway. We are at halfway this time by. Madison Cousineau still your leader. Owen Zielinski, Marcus O'Neill, Duquette, the 14 of Cambry Hubbard. Oh, Kalen having another not so good run with turn number 4. Jumps back out. Here comes your leaders up the lap traffic. Cousineau looks to go high. Hubbard looks to hold on in front of your leaders. She's not willing to give up that lap if she doesn't need to. Cousineau working the high side. That's opening the door for Zielinski in the 8Z. Zielinski now to the back bumper of the 2 of Madison Cousineau. Cousineau, still your leader, the 8C of Owen Zielinski. And here comes the 57 of Marcus O'Neill. Zielinski looks to challenge to the inside as they exit turn number 4, hit the front stretch, down into 1 and 2. Zielinski's right there. Zielinski all over the bumper with no touch. 3 to go this time by.
Across the stripe to complete lap 13. Still running hard. White flag waiting for him. Here he comes. White flag off the corner. Cousineau. Zielinski down the backstretch. Off turn 2. Zielinski looks inside. One more try. Can he do it? Can she hold the bottom? No. Here comes Zielinski. Oh, he bobbles a little bit to the stripe. It's Cousineau for her first win. Zielinski second. O'Neill third. The rest of the field making it down off the line. Hubbard, Brooks, Hubbard, and Hunter. So a victory for the relative newcomer, Madison Cousineau. She was registered at the beginning of the year, didn't get a lot of races in, picked up this vehicle, and now she's ready to go racing. And we'll turn things over to Randy down on trackside.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, Madison Cousineau. Victory number 2 in a brand new ride. Makes her way out of 3 and 4. She'll join us in victory lane. Here she comes, the hot rod of the night, the young gun. Some happy crew members making this work. And some littler fans. Takes her a minute to get all the safety equipment off. Squeezing their head out of that helmet. Miss M getting a photo of her. She'll remember this for a lifetime, folks. Here she comes. Up and out of the car, it's Madison Cousineau. Young lady, join us around this way. Follow the camera that way. Wow, so you bought a new ride after the other one unfortunately sustained not so good a time. How does this one feel tonight?
Yeah, it feels really good to finally get a win after all those bad weeks, but...
Who helped you get in here?
Aunt Jen, Dad, Sam. Dad, what is
Oh, no cue card.
Insurance Center, Trader John's Gun Shop, Martin Family Racing, Lawrence Painting. Thank you.
There you go. Such a great job, Madison Cousineau, victory lane. We're getting a photo over here. Big Dog Marcus, come on and join us down this way. Got the cue card in hand. This dude's always prepared for victory lane for sure. Owen Zielinski. Buddy, I'm telling you what, you worked it for everything it was worth. She was there. You could have probably had her more than once. You were the respectful racer. Second place has got to feel good.
Yeah, it always feels good, but we had very good handling out there, but just not enough horsepower to get by her, but I'll take second place. I'd like to thank my sponsors, Fine Line Homes, Northfield Creamy, Lawrence Science Screen Printing, Kidder & Co., Pioneer Valley Indoor Go-Karting, Zielinski Heating and Cooling, Clark's Auto, Neil A. Zielinski Electrician, Zachary Z's Yardworks, Flag Farm, Sunrise Valley Farm, Miss M's Photography, and my crew. My mom, my dad, my grandpa, my brother, Bob, Diane, Auntie Laura, and Uncle Bob, Glenn, Kathy, Uncle Scott, and my fans.
Owen Zielinski, the big dog, in for second spot. Marcus, come on up, buddy. Multiple times this year, you've been on the podium, no doubt about it. You had a win last week. You know how Medicine feels. What do you got to say, buddy?
I just got to say thank you for Tony to help me with tires last night, and it was a really fun race. I love this track when it's dark and just cold. And
gives you all the traction.
Yeah. I couldn't catch the two at all, so I went up and let Owen try to catch her because I know it would be because he can get to her way quicker than I could. So, but it was a really good race.
Great job, Marcus O'Neill on the podium. We're going to continue with more short track racing at its finest right up next.
Hey, don't forget, we haven't sold out of food yet. You can swing by our concessions in Turn 1. That's a whole special menu with meatball grinders and pulled pork and the special form of poutine using tater tots. Or you can swing by the main grandstand for the usual great pizza, fried dough, hamburgers and hot dogs, and all the things you like. And if you are one of those who wants to go up to the beer garden, don't forget the Labor Day weekend special is Twisted Tea or White Claw hard seltzer, $4. Enjoy, and remember, no matter what, this weekend, drink responsibly. We want you back here on the 9th for our JDV event with the Whelen Modifieds. That should be an important thing for you to do. If you have nothing else to do this weekend or want something else to do this weekend, join Kevin Bazan and I at Claremont Motorsport Park tomorrow evening at 6. We'll be racing all the regular divisions at Claremont. I believe we have to throw the Joe Tatro Memorial in there sometime over the weekend as well. And then we'll be back at noon on Monday, Labor Day, for another round of makeup race for Claremont Motorsport Park. So 3 nights of racing, including tonight, this weekend with the New Hampshire Short Track Racing Association tracks here on the west coast of New Hampshire. As our young guns pull off, next up will be the 6-shooters. Coming into the 6-shooters event, although they have not had a race every single weekend, they have turned out pretty good fields and competitive fields at that. Competitive enough so this is another one of those point chases where it is tied at the moment, and it shouldn't be hard to guess who's at the top. It's Steve Miller and Steve Miller. It would be the Gangster of Love, Steve Miller Jr. on the top. I don't know how that happens. They both have 1 win, 4 top 5s, and 4 top 10s. Sitting in 3rd place is Michael Yetton, and he's had 2 wins, 2 top 5s, and 4 top 10s, and he's 4 points out of 1st place. So tonight's an important race for 3 drivers for sure, because after that you go back to Roz Mason, and Roz is about 52 points off the top of the heap. So here's our point, the way our lineup works tonight. On the pole in the 7Z, that will be Zach Zielinski, doing double duty tonight, even at a tender age of 16. Zach Zielinski out of Gilmass. Next to him in the 52 NH, that's Mike Comtois out of Pelham, New Hampshire in the 52 NH. Michael sits on the outside. The guy who would like to take over the championship tonight, Michael Yetton from Pelham, sits in 3rd spot starting out tonight. And flanking him will be Steve Miller Sr. That's the Space Cowboy, we call him, out of Grantham, New Hampshire. Starting right behind him in the 5th starting spot inside row 3, Steve Miller Jr. out of Grantham, New Hampshire in car 79. Starting 6th, it's Matt Winter. Matt Winter out of Springfield, Vermont in the 03. Going 7th on the field tonight, Roswell Mason. Roz Mason out of Goshen, New Hampshire in car 77. Starting in 8th spot, it's the 51. Right now, it's green flag, and here they come. Whoa, look out of that. Zielinski tried to move over and take up the lane, and what happened? Yetton got all mixed up. Miller got all mixed up. Everybody hanging on tight. Holy cow. And Zach Zielinski takes over the lead. Michael Yetton goes 2nd. Challenging for third right now is the 52 of Comtois. Then it's Matt Winter. Miller Sr. dropping back to 5th place. Miller Jr. is back in 7th place. Look out. Oh, no. Steve Miller Sr. just wrecked the front end of his car, banging into the 52. He's limping through the infield. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. His championship hopes just got crashed out on lap number 2. It goes to the infield, and now the 52 of Comtois, of course, he's going to slow up on the backstretch here in lap 3, and that's going to bring out the caution flag.
For Steve Miller Sr., the Space Cowboy, contact heavy with a 52. They both sustained damage. The 52 laid up on the back stretch like Comtois. Miller's got some, hopefully it's just tire damage on the 68.
I don't know. I saw some sparks as
Sparks
he
are
came
never
down across,
good.
but that's not a good sign. Remember, both the Millers, son and dad, were tied for the point lead here. Michael Yetton was 4 points off the pace. Now, they have more races. It's not like this is the end of the world, but it certainly gives the world a little bit of a jolt. And I don't see that Steve Sr. is trying to take the Space Mobile into the pits right now to get repairs, so he must think it's terminal.
Also some wrinkle in the hood, it looks like, of the Gangster of Love, the 79. He's got contact damage as well. He may be...
oh, big time. There's more than a wrinkle.
Yeah, I don't think you can just buff that out.
I think somebody got checked up when all that happened in the going into turn 1, and as a result, he's got the worst of it, probably physically.
And Matt Winter in the 03 took advantage of all the skirmish going on and slides himself.
Almost
into
looked
turn
like he
number
was
3.
going to get caught up in that too. So, good sign for Matt Winter. Zielinski, on the other hand,
holding his own.
Could jumped out, got a good run. Michael Yetton is going to give him a run for his money here for the final 22 laps of this event, Winter. And it shows someone else will have a shot to move up. The 51 of Garrett Barry had a little handling problem in qualifying, but I think work on that car during the time between qualifying and this main event should help him handle just a little bit better. I'm just curious to see how long the 79 of Steve Miller Jr. is going to last with the crumpling of the front end of his car. If it's all sheet metal, then it's no big deal, but if it's something that's going to rub on a right front or left front tire, that could be a big time problem. Now they get the double up sign. Steve Miller Sr. is making no attempt to go into the pits and get the car repaired, so he's thrown in the towel for the night. Pace truck heads down pit road. Field moves over into turn 2 as they head down to the backstretch. They'll make a pass underneath the Advanced Auto Parts scoreboard. They've got their sights set on the Serve Pro restart zone. They start to pick up the pacer in the zone. We're on the green. Here we go. Zielinski jumping out. Yetton right there on the outside, pushing hard down into the corner. Yetton, blue lights blazing away in the bottom of the racetrack on the bottom of his car as Zielinski takes him down the backstretch. Winter moves in. You've got problems in the 51 rolling up to the top. Whoa, look out. Winter got into the back of Zielinski, and Zielinski saved that car pretty darn nicely. Once again, Winter moving up against Yetton this time. Yetton coming right into the back. This is a 25-lap race. Plenty of time to get things squared away. Zielinski, Winter, Yetton. Winter tried to look inside, couldn't quite make the move on that. Drops back in line. Yetton falling off the pace a little bit. Trying to move up as they come off the corner. Zielinski continues to hold the lead. The young Steve Miller Jr. is trying to move up the field on the inside. Oh, no, he's not. Got himself in trouble and loses 3 spots going up to turn 2.
Battling with a 13 of Andrew Scott. Miller Jr. is definitely off the pace. A 79, the Gangster of Love, is limping out of the turn number 4 down the front stretch.
Literally limping as the 77 rolls by and the leaders come off the corner to finish lap 8. Zach Zielinski still trying to hang on there. He's got pressure from Michael Yetten and Winter putting the pressure on him, but kind of hanging in there. Matt Winter, car length behind, Yetten 2 car lengths off the pace. Working lap 10 out of 25. The 77 of Roz Mason right there as they come off the corner, gets the move over sign. Not much room to move over in. Hear a little sputter from somebody's motor. Still Zielinski hanging on. He's jumped off from the start. Zielinski with Matt Winter. Here comes Yetten again. Winter's falling back, and Yetten looks like he turned the wick up just a bit. Up on the top side, one of the Scotts. That would be the 28 of Jacob Scott, not having a good night. He takes it to the high side and points the nose toward the pits. Meanwhile, up front, Yetten able to close on Winter going through 3 and 4, but not able to stay with him. Hang on. The remaining Scott in the field, that's Tyler Scott, did the sideways thing through turns 3 and 4. Yetten one more try, Winter loose. Yetten trying to loosen him up a little bit more. They go down to the yellow line and aren't able to move anywhere. Yetten would like to see something happen pretty soon. We're halfway through this one. The halfway point, it's Zach Zielinski, Matt Winter, Mike Yetten, Michael Yetten. Getting a better run off of the bottom of turn 4, but Winter's beginning to build up a little bit of an advantage on him. They got to go after the 7Z. Zach Zielinski moved out of the Young Guns after a bunch of wins a year or so ago, moved into Pure Stocks, and then debuted this year the 6-shooter machine on top of that. He's still got a Pure Stock race to go tonight. Another lap going down on the 77 of Roz Mason. Yates will pick up probably enough points to move into the lead for the championship in this division with tonight's event, with both Millers out, and he was only trailing him by 4 points. So on the one hand, you know you have the point lead. On the other hand, you'd like to get up there close enough to win the race. As they go, it looks like they're beginning to string it out enough. Not to diminish the fact that there could be a caution. Put them all back together again. They're so equal. That would be great for them. We'd like to see it go all the way to the end. We got a lot of racing going yet tonight. Michael Yetten was in contention for the first few laps. Then he fell off the pace a little bit. Looks like you've got young Zach Zielinski coming down here to complete lap 20. They're going to be 5 to go. 5 to go when they cross the stripe now. Zach Zielinski could be looking for his first 6-shooter victory. Coming into the event tonight, it's been Michael Yetten and the Steve Miller Sr., Steve Miller Jr., the only guys to win a race in this division here at Monadnock. A little bit more tries. Zielinski gets around the 77 carefully again. Winter does the same. Coming down across the stripe here for lap 22.
This has all been Zach Zielinski so far. The Fine Line Homes Northfield Creamy Flag Family Farm sponsored 7Z. They affectionately call this car Black Betty. Looking to put it into victory lane. He's got 2 laps being showed this time by Zach Zielinski, able to get away from Matt Winter, Michael Yetten, and the 13 of Andrew Scott. Zach Zielinski, good to see white flag fly this time by as he comes to the back of the 17 of the Tristan Bodwell. Challenge now, Yetten to the inside, dives in, takes the second spot away from Matt Winter. They're coming to the checkers. It's gonna be the 7Z of Zach Zielinski. Michael Yetten
pulled off a move, took the pass in turns 1 and 2 to take the second spot. And your podium finisher will be the 03 of Matt Winter. He's been trying to find some speed in this hot rod. He's found it tonight. Zach Zielinski pulls into victory lane. Going to flip around. Bring the checkers to the fans. Your flagman may not want to take a victory lap. He's got a pure stock race to run, so this may be a quick in and out run for Zach Zielinski. There he goes, folks, Zach Zielinski. He'll hustle around the high banks backwards, showing the fans, the appreciation. And he'll come to victory lane where he'll meet Dave Sutherland.
Finishing up that victory lap, Zach Zielinski, first time in a 6-cylinder racer this season, brings it into victory lane, checks up on the checkers, and it purrs to a finish. And out he comes, your winner, Zach Zielinski. Let him get unbuckled here a little bit. Hey, Zach, you can take that off if you want. You don't have to wear it while we're doing this. So, from the pole, first win, 6 shooters. What do you think?
I really don't even know. The guys this week, we took every part on the shelf and put it in this thing because we blew the motor last week, and hey, it paid off. So, yeah.
You paid off. You're a happy camper. Now you got one more to win.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Fine Line Homes, Northfield Creamy, Lawrence Sign and Screen Printing, Kidder & Co., Pioneer Valley Indoor Karting, Zielinski Heating and Cooling, Clark's Auto, Neil A. Zielinski Electrician, Zachary Z's Yard Work, Flag Farms, Sunrise Valley Farms, Miss M, my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my brother, Bob and Diane, Auntie Laura and Uncle Bob, Glenn and Kathy, my girlfriend in North Carolina, Uncle Scott, and all the fans that came out tonight.
Well, Uncle Scott's down here to congratulate you, too, so we'll let that go ahead. Your winner again, Zach Zielinski. Michael Yetten, come on over. You guys, good race. You kind of saved a little bit just for that last lap.
Yeah, I think he overheated on the last lap. It's a huge problem with these cars, but thank you to all the people that helped me get here, all my sponsors. MTM Flooring, Pioneer Automotive, Toromeo Industries, I forget them. OPT Orthopedic Physical Therapy, BMP Heating and Cooling, J Lynch Electric, John, Travis, everyone that helps me get here. Thank you.
Well, the good news is the Millers had a bad night, and you were 4 points behind them. So guess who is unofficially on top of the heap now?
Oh, that's never good news to have a bad night as a race car driver. I had a bad night here earlier in the year, so I guess it kind of evens it out.
Well, congratulations. And where did Matthew go? Oh, we got to bring the hardware over.
I'm going to steal him for a minute. He needs to get out of here.
He needs to get out of here. Everybody needs to get out of here. All right, we'll forego the interviews and let these guys get going. We'll be back upstairs and back with our next event coming up here.
You are correct. Dave Purestocks is the next for their 20 Live 5-lap feature event tonight.
All right, Matt Winter. Pardon me, Randy, but we didn't want Matt to get away. They haven't raced this car here this much. It looked really good.
Yeah, it was actually the first time I've ever been in a 6-shooter. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Appreciate it. But I thought I had something for the 7. Just 10 to go. Started to get hot and pull timing. And I felt like a turd sitting on the front stretch when I was going down. But I just want to thank everyone that came out. Got to thank everyone back at the shop, Faye's Record, Jacob, Rich, Andrew, Tyler, my dad, Bears Cleaning and Services, JC's Market, and whoever else is on the car that I forgot. I hope to see you all at Claremont. Thank you.
All right, we'll see him. 2 races at Claremont coming up this weekend, Sunday and Monday. We'll see him there.
Congratulations to our top 3, Zach Zielinski, Michael Yetton, and Matt Winter. That's a great job in the 6-shooter class, but we're ready to go pure stocking. Currently, the points sit like this. Chris Davis and Colton Martin are tied for first. Zach Zielinski sits in third. Carlos Grenier, with 2 wins this season here at the High Bank, sits in fourth. And Dominic Stafford is in 5th spot. It's like Matt's going to need a little assistance from A+ Towing. Get him back into the pit area. Matt giving you all a wave. Wave back to him, folks. He's excited for sure. Zach Zielinski's down there doing a hustle shovel, I'm sure, getting jumped out of the 7Z back in the other 7Z, Pure Stock. Definitely wants to protect his points position right now in that 3rd spot for sure. Trevor Croto giving them the wave up sign. Leo Martin piloting them out in the Monadnock Speedway pace truck. And here's how they're going to look. Starting on the pole in the 1 New Hampshire, Charlestown, New Hampshire is where he calls home. It's Carlos Grenier. Next on the starting grid on the outside, the former young gun out of Millers Falls, Mass. In the Pioneer Valley Stone Seal, 56 for Dominic Stafford. Next, to show on the grid, he's still probably jumping in his car, will be the 7Z of Zach Zielinski. To his outside is going to be the 20. He's the reigning champion in the Pure Stock division out of the Claremont Motorsports Park. That is Chris Chambers. Had her first victory here at the High Banks just a couple weeks ago out of Chelsea, Vermont. That is Andrea St. Amour, a longtime Pure Stocker and local hot shoe in the 95. The Demco Auto Body sponsor 95 for C.J. Johnson. In row number 4 on the inside, he is your reigning champion in this division. Excuse me, runner-up to the reigning champion in the 16 Winchester Zone, Chris Davis. The former young gun, now turned Pure Stocker. That is the 57 of Tegan Edson. On the inside of row number 5 is the 97. That is Adrian Smith. To his outside, they call him the Killer Gorilla. That is the 01, the Adam and Eve sponsored 01 for Jimmy Selman Jr. Unable to make it out, it looks like the 80 is a scratch for tonight. Next on the starting grid is the 11. That is Springfield, Vermont's Tim Taft. In row number 7 on the inside, it is the Brody Ledoux State Farm 603 Metalwork sponsored number 4 for Colton Martin. The 38, the Ogre, starts on his outside. In row number 8 on the inside is Aaron Blanchard in the 7. To his outside, Northfield, Mass. brings you Mike Douglas. Starting in the row number 9 on the inside, the 14 of Robert Lovering out of Orange and Jarrett Curtis.
is scheduled to start in the 69. They're making their way down the backstretch. Grenier, Dominic Stafford, both winners so far, both in the restart zone. Grenier out on the jump. Zielinski and Stafford side by side as they enter turn number 2. Zielinski rolls a 7Z. Can he go back to back? Andrea St. Amour to the inside of Stafford. Oh, they're connected. St. Amour trying to get by the 56. She's going to shoot to the pit. Definite damage on the right side. So is there something awry with Stafford? Stafford slowing on the backstretch. Trying to stay out of everyone's way. Leaders coming. Stafford on the high side. Leaders are going to look low. Grenier leads Zielinski at the stripe. Stafford gets safely down pit row and out of the way. Grenier, Zielinski, Chris Davis now making the challenge. Chris Davis look to the inside, backed off wisely. We're only 4 down with a 25 lap distance. Carlos Grenier is your leader. Battle ensues for second. Davis looks to the inside again of Zielinski. Zach Zielinski shuts the door on Davis. Zielinski on the back bumper of the 1 New Hampshire. Going to challenge him, but he's got to watch out. Here comes Chris Davis. Davis, a little rub on the left side. I think he's just trying to say, hello, I'm here. Grenier now going to be turned the wick up from Zielinski. Grenier on the bottom. Zielinski trying to get by. He's worked him on the top, worked him on the bottom, but he's got to protect now because here comes Davis in the 16. CJ Johnson in the 95. Davis down to the inside, entering turn number 3, exiting turn number 4. Zielinski closes that gap. He'll continue to be in second spot. Grenier, Zielinski challenging, waiting for his time. This is the 16 of Chris Davis. CJ Johnson, Tegan Edson, Adrian Smith in the 97. Grenier putting the pedal down, trying to escape. They keep reeling him in. Zielinski gets to the bumper, but he's got his handful of the 16 of Chris Davis.
Keeps trying the inside, having a hard time getting underneath. Looks to the outside, tries to switch over this time coming off 4. You've got 9 cars pretty equally running together. One mistake and a whole bunch of cars can move up or move back. Zielinski again tapping the 1X bumper of Carlos Grenier. Zielinski looking low. Grenier just keeps it low off of turn 4. Now we got a little bit of a battle going on behind him as Adrian Smith gets underneath Edson and moves her back a notch, and she's stuck on the outside. Here comes Jimmy Zellman. Zellman trying to play a little hopscotch, a little leapfrog here, coming up through the field.
Zellman moves towards the front, got the 04 or the 4 of Colton Martin right with him in tow. Martin right now would look to get further up to the front. Davis is going to try to add on to his points lead. They come out of turn number 4 into turns 1 and 2. Grenier, Zielinski, Davis. Zielinski looks like what was going on. Here comes Davis, challenges to the inside one more time.
He really testing Zielinski a lot coming down the backstretch. Just can't find the spot to get off turn 2 and underneath the 7 quick enough to take that position away from him. Tries one more time, switches lanes, dives down low into turn 3, and again, Zielinski is able to shut the door. This time Johnson gets out of shape and it gets bumped back 2 positions. He'll try to fight back on the inside with young Jimmy Zellman. It's not going to work. The car's washing up off the corner. And right now, Zielinski's falling off the pace and Grenier's starting to stretch it.
Here they come, coming across the stripe, this time by Davis. Still all over Zielinski on the inside. Adrian Smith in the 97 is in the 4 spot, working his way up through the field. Definitely the hard charger, the former young gun, now gone pure stock racing. Here we go. Going to get more of a jump this time. They'll set sail into turns 1 and 2.
This time Davis almost got underneath. He's got the position now, and Adrian Smith is going to try to follow him underneath. Zielinski got into the back of Grenier, and it upset his own car enough to open the gate up for Davis to slide underneath and take over second spot. And I'll tell you,
between Smith and Zielinski and Carlos Grenier now has his back bumper full of Chris Davis.
Davis putting the pressure on. By the way, you watch Davis's brakes going into the corner. You can't see it. I think on this division you can see that right front brake is getting bright red going into the corner. Challenging Grenier. Grenier shuts the door, gets a little loose coming off the corner. Davis is there. Adrian Smith is right on the back bumper of Davis. He's the least experienced of the drivers out there. We should see what's going to happen. Davis just staying right with the 1X, looks inside, can't make the pass. Grenier just gluing that car to the bottom of the racetrack in both corners, makes it tough for anyone to pass on the inside. Getting up to go to the outside opens the door for the rest of the field to take the spot. Again, Grenier changing his line. Davis has to get off his back a little bit. Smith gets caught on the outside this time. He's going to try to go to the outside of both Grenier and Davis, and that's what he's doing. Adrian Smith is going to the outside with just 2 laps left. Adrian says, I've had enough. I'm racing on the high side, and I'm going to take the win. There's 1 to go. 1 lap left, and now it's a 3-car battle, banging and bumping. Davis gets underneath. Grenier trying to go down the backstretch. Smith got bumped to the outside, and he's all of a sudden going way back. Davis up high. Here comes Jimmy Zellman to the line. Zellman by a nose. Zellman squeezes out the victory by a half a bumper over Davis when everybody got to thumping and bumping each other going through turns 1 and 2. What a surprise. Zellman was back in 5th place 2 laps ago, if he was that far back. Wow, what a finish. Equal cars fighting for 1 spot. So, wow. Grenier shows up on the scoreboard. Davis shows up on the scoreboard, but not where they had planned on being. And apparently, the scoreboard isn't going to pick up their numbers either, although that's pretty much how it crossed the stripe. All right, official finish 01-16, New Hampshire. Despite the board not showing up, we've checked with race control. Greg says that's the way it is, so that's the way it is. And the victory lap for young Jim Zellman. Let's go to trackside to Randy Wheelock.
Dave Sutherland, Jimmy Zellman Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, was that a race or what? He's not a little excited either. Brings his way to victory lane. I told him earlier I'd see him here soon. We won't talk about the conversation he was just having with Chris Horton. Smile pretty there, Jimmy. Photos being taken. Nastrovision folks can see him at home. We're going to uncork him out of the car, get him up out of the seat. He's pounding the water down. Doesn't want to drop the checkered. It means taboo to him if you're not. Jimmy Zellman Jr. Pal, come around here and follow the camera. So, buddy, I told you earlier that we would see each other again, did I not? All right. So what does that one got to mean to you? Because that was an amazing finish.
Wow. That was, I couldn't put that gas pedal any farther down on that floor with me and Chris coming out of 4. That was, I followed that 97 the whole time, and he was banging on the front 3, and I was just waiting for my opening. I knew there was 4 to go, and I've never had a finish like that in my life. That was awesome. I want to thank my dad, most importantly, my teammate Mike, my best friend Cassidy, she's over there, my wife, my kid, and most importantly, Adam and Eve, Paul Mary Electric. I don't remember who my dad works for. Engineering, something. And yeah, everyone that came tonight, I hope that was a great finish for you all. Have a nice night.
Jimmy Zellman Jr. Mr. Davis, please join me. Chris, come on this way, my man. Don't run away. Buddy, that was nothing but amazing by all you guys to keep it together as best as you did. You did a great job. The second you earned.
Yeah, I figured last lap I better try something or else I might wish I did later on. But it was a good run. Congratulations to Jim. Congratulations, Carlos. Thanks to my family, Kevin, John. Thanks to my sponsors, Monami, Fine Jewelry, McClure Street Service, Buffalo Auto Parts, Honda of Keene, Phillips Design, Jack of All Blades, and Granite State Glass.
Great job, Chris Davis. Mr. Grenier, come on up and join us, buddy. You worked it, you held them off as best as you could, and wow, was that a finish?
It's always the last lap.
Gotta take that one, right?
Gotta take that one. I mean, that zone, congrats to Zellman, he was there. I could, coming out of 2, I knew that I could hear Chris. I could see him out my window, so figured I'd try to move up a spot, try to slingshot underneath him, but Zellman was there and he got by both of us, so congrats to him. I don't know where Colty finished.
I don't either. We'll try to get you an official, but he was back further. But Chris Davis, I'm telling you, just gained some points on him, so we'll see.
Broke the tiebreaker.
Did you? Who helps you get it here, bud?
My mom, my dad, my uncle, Gene, JP Trucking, SGM Trucking, Ev's Auto, my Graham Billadou, my Uncle Everett and Ev's Auto, Black River Produce, and thanks to all the national tracks, and thanks to the fans for coming out.
Thank you to you, the fans. Carlos Grenier in on the podium. We're going to go mini stocking next.
Wild finish. Guys banging and bumping. That last lap was one for the record books. Getting pushed out. Everybody trying to make a pass at the same time in the same place. And they went high. Jimmy went low to the line. It was tight. But the computer tells you the story, and that's who picked up the win. Jimmy Zellman Jr. Good for him. Mini stocks coming up next, coming into tonight's event. We had a little bit bigger discrepancy between first and second place than we did in the pure stocks. Coming into the pure stocks, it was Chris Davis and Colton Martin, both tied with 390 points. That changed dramatically tonight with the bad luck that Colton Martin had. But on the other hand, looking at Louis Mayer, hoping to regain a championship, he has 32 points more than the second place competitor, and that's Kevin Clayton. Kevin's still looking for his first win of the season. Cameron Sontag, Robert Williams, and Chris Sontag round out the top 5. And they're all pretty close points-wise, as a matter of fact. So a lot of things could change in the top 5 before the season's over, with 2 more races after tonight. Tonight being one of the 3 important ones. Aaron Akins, Pat Houle, Skylar Shippey, Jake Pachalski, and Nolan McClay round out the top 10 in the mini stock competition here tonight. Coming into the event tonight, Louis Mayer and Bob Williams are the winners, other than Gordon Farnham, who came out of mini stock retirement long enough to win the opening day race on May 7th, and then retired the mini stock again, taking a year off to work on a different car. So it's been Louis Mayer, Bob Williams, Louis Mayer so far this season, with Rain winning all the rest of the races. So tonight, who's going to be? We'll tell you in a minute, because neither one of them are on the pole, but I will say that Robert Williams is further up the line than Louis Mayer is in the lineup, and that could be critical here for someone to move up the line and get further up in the top 10. Here they come. This is how they're going to line it up, starting in the pole position tonight from Vernon, Vermont in the 57X. That's Patrick Houle in the Demco Auto Body Machine. Next to him will be Chris Sontag in the 12. Chris driving out of Sterling, Massachusetts. Call him the Iceman, the Sontag Well and Pump Repair Machine. Next on the grid will be Aaron Aiken in the 33. Aaron driving out of Claremont, New Hampshire. She has been on the podium here, but not yet in victory lane in the Aiken Motors entry. Starting in the 5th spot, inside of row 3 in the 13 from Sterling, Mass. That will be the older brother, Cameron Sontag, in the Sontag Well and Pump Repair. Had a really good run in this qualifier. Could be an odds-on favorite to break out of the field. Kevin Clayton lines up next to him. Kevin driving the 48 out of Winchendon, Mass., a hometown Irving entry. Clayton, 30 years off after he won some championships and some races and came back into it and still going for a victory. Next on the grid will be the 69Z. That's Louis Mayer, your point leader and former champion out of Baldwinville, Massachusetts. And he's flanked by the 95 of Nick Skillings out of Hillsborough, New Hampshire. Nick Skillings back with us after several years on the mini stock circuit when there was a tour. Starting in the 9th spot, Dylan Quinn out of Manchester, New Hampshire in car 44. Next to him in the 35, if he made it out, would be David Pratt from Cambridgeport, Vermont. And he did make it out, so he's there. In the 671, doesn't look like Kyle Templeton was able to make it, so he'll be a DNS. Next to him would be Skylar Shippey's car. That's the Chesterfield, New Hampshire driver in car 51. Jacob Rayum from Rochester, New Hampshire in the 18N. And the 14 of Nolan McClay, also a scratch, although he was scheduled to be in this event. So that's how they line it up. You're going to have Patrick Houle taking them underneath the Advanced Auto Parts scoreboard, pointing them toward the Serve Pro start line. Here they come. They're not in the zone yet. I was building up for a great start. The pace truck's off, but the pace truck is back. So we must have a little stuff on the track here. Yeah, we do. So someone's leaking. Oh, Nick Skilling's got a serious issue going on there. It's too bad to come back to the track where he did so well for several years to have bad luck. So, oh my goodness, yes, we have a fair amount of speedy dry. That will delay things just here a little bit. A good chance for us to remind you of all the great people who are helping keep racing going here at Monadnock Speedway. I don't know where you left off, Randy, but we'll pick it up with Fenton Family Dealerships again. Honda, Hyundai, Subaru, Volvo, Toyota, and fine used cars in 2 locations. Route 12 south of Keene and Route 9 west going out of Keene toward Vermont. Next to them, of course, Byrne Towing. Whether it's a simple job for you or whether it's a major wreck on I-91, they're there to take care of it. They have used cars and parts for you as well. Starting with Gamarlo Supermarkets. Now is the Swansea Gamarlos. So we have oil all the way around the track according to the guys' trackside. So this will be a bit of a rest for us while the guys walk a quarter of a mile with buckets of Speedy Dry in their hand. A reminder about the other sponsors. Gamarlo's, of course, the local hometown market here in the Swansea-Winchester area. Alltown in Winchester, but Alltown is available in other places. We stopped at an Alltown in Northwood about a week ago, so they're beginning to appear everywhere. Swansea Oil, sponsors of the Patnode Racing Team and others. Todd kind of taking the year off this year. Multiple-time champion. Bell's Septic keeps me cleaned out.
Or at least your septic system.
At least my septic system, yeah. The other part's already done. So they call them, whether it's septic repair or septic pumping.
Adam LaPointe Electric, we see the 51, piloted by Matt Kimball tonight. We'll see Matt in action shortly as we proceed to get the tracking condition here so we can get our mini stock event in. 2 more features after this one. Nastro Modifieds will go 40 laps, and we'll end our evening with the Teddy Bear Pools and Spas Triple Crown late model event. Is it going to be who and where? You got Jeff Rollins in the points game currently, driving Billy Clement Jr.'s car tonight. He's here with his modified. He's also doing double duty. We'll see what anybody's got in store for the Teddy Bear Pool Triple Crown event. Cone Ice, if you didn't get an opportunity down at the end of the concours area here at the Speedway, they are the official ice here at the Monadnock Speedway. A1 Enterprises, if you need them for a event or an occasion, they're here for you. Geico is the official insurance sponsor of NASCAR. O'Reilly Auto Parts, they're all over the country, and they're willing to serve you in any way for all your auto parts needs. And if you can't be here at any of the tracks, Monadnock Speedway, Claremont Motorsports Park, the Hudson International Speedway, or the Lee USA Speedway, the New Hampshire Center of Speed, you can see all the racing action on Nastrovision Live. You see the track crew walking the track. It's a mess out there, and thank goodness the mini stocks will hopefully get this cleared up, cleaned up, get the Speedy Dry scuffed in, and get them ready to go, because we have some hard chargers coming up in the modified events and the Teddy Bear Pools and Spas 50-lap feature event to end our night here. Can't thank you folks enough for joining us. Thank you folks from joining us on Nastrovision. Take this opportunity. There is still plenty of souvenirs down below us here at the tower in the souvenir booth. Take a momentum home. Show people where you were and how you spent your Labor Day.
Well, Labor Day weekend, the 2 more chances, as we said, Claremont Motorsport Park at noon Monday. Earlier this season, there'll be a chicken barbecue.
Hard
A little bit more than hamburgers and hot dogs and fried dough this time, so that should be kind of a fun time to sit down and enjoy what's being put on for you. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize Carlos Grenier's dad is basically the caterer from Monadnock, Claremont, and Lee. So when they're not working on a race car, actually, I think Claremont and Lee in particular, they filled in here a little bit last week when I was talking with them, but they're in charge of concessions and the food you eat when you're going to the track. So it's probably a way of keeping Carlos fed so he can
Or the
So you
race
can-
team fueled, one or the
fuel-
other.
In terms of fuel for the team members, for sure. So it'll be a little bit. We're working over the backstretch. Looks like it's not quite so bad over there.
Other events still coming up. We talked about it earlier tonight. Here at the High Banks next week at the Monadnock Speedway will be the JDV production Whalen Modified Tour. In the house, someone is taking away the Granite State Cup. And if you haven't seen that gorgeous cup, you'll see it next week. It's displayed online. And like I said, it is amazing. Also in the house will be all of our normal divisions. We will have the Nastro Modifieds, Nastro Late Models, Young Guns, Pure Stocks, and the Mini Stocks to support the Whalen Modified Tour event. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't seen one here at the High Banks, you gotta be here next week because it will be an event like no other. And then following that up, on September 6th, we'll start early that day, so mark your calendars accordingly. That's our season finale, the Nastro Modifieds. We'll take the quest for the cup. It will be handed here to see who will take that event. Nastro Modifieds will be followed by the Nastro Late Models, Mini Stocks, Pure Stocks, Young Guns, and 6-shooters. We'll be crowning champions that night. We have spectator races. And David, I think you're in charge this year of the big wheel race. That's what I was told.
It's always the favorite because, honest to gosh, it is the race with our future stars. There have been a number of young guns and further up divisions who were here with mom and dad who are also racing family many times as a 3 or 4 or 5-year-old on a big wheel. And it doesn't mean they necessarily won, but it's always fun. We don't make them go around the whole racetrack if you've never seen it. We start them up there a little bit, coming off of turn 4, and we race them down to the start-finish line, and everybody gets something for their efforts. We supply some of the big wheels. A few people bring a custom job.
Yeah, you never know how those custom ones are going to work.
Sometimes they don't
Is there
work
an
so well.
inspection that's none of these? You know, a
have no
tech
idea.
issue?
No tech issues. There have always been at least 1 or 2 kids every year who go through the start-finish line and just keep on going. And parents have to run across the track.
Hey, once
and
you get
retrieve
rolling,
them
man, you gotta
somewhere
go.
over in turn 2, saying, no, you won. You don't have to keep going. But it's kind of fun. Lightens things up. The spectator race is when you bring your street car in, supposedly, and find out what it's really like to drive around the racetrack, because 22 degrees doesn't look like much over there in 1 and 2 when you're sitting in the grandstands, but when you take your car into that, it's a whole different thing. So that's always fun to watch. We've had a few people who have gasped as they saw their friend's car start to drift away from the racetrack, and I think really in all the years we've done them, I've only seen one guy really cream the wall, and I don't know how he explained it to the insurance company, but
I don't think that's one you can explain to him. The adjuster comes out and says, so where did the accident occur?
I ran into a guardrail.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. All right, here we go. Speedy dry has been put down. We're going to get the mini stock guys to go out, work this in, guys and gals, to make this track ready to go. It shouldn't take long to put us back into action. Thanks for bearing with us. Thanks for you folks at Nastrovision for hanging tight because, man, there is a magnificent end of this show coming. And this is one of 2 more events that are waiting in the wings.
Once again, we can get a chance, in case you forgot to run you through the lineup here. Starting in the pole positions, Patrick Cool, that's the 57. Patrick moved into mini stocks after having run for years and years in the enduro divisions and actually won a championship doing that. He struggled with this new car. It's new from previous season, but I think he'll have better luck as he gets that tail end nailed down. Chris Sontag, another one of the youngsters who started with the Young Guns and made the jump quickly to mini stock, as did his brother, who is coming up behind him shortly, but he's on the outside of row 1. Robert Williams, a older guy, but a relative newcomer to stock car racing, but loves it so much and wants to work really hard to support the mini stock division. He's out of Hudson, New Hampshire in car 41. Aaron Aiken, veteran driver at Claremont Motorsport Park. She's had some good years at Star. and is putting her time in here at Monadnock this season. She starts in the 4th starting position. Our 5th starter is Cameron Sontag in car 13 out of Sterling, Mass., the older brother of Christopher Sontag. Cameron started again like the young guns and worked his way up to mini stocks, and then took the big leap to regular here as a modified driver, and then went on the tours for a while. Decided to cut back this year and race mini stocks at Monadnock. Kevin Clayton, probably the senior citizen of this group now, from Baldwinville, Mass., a former champion. Gave it up to his buddy Gordon Farnham last year, and is trying to win it back again this season with a fairly substantial lead so far in the points. Next on the grid will be the 95. Well, it won't be now because he just dropped out, but it would have been Nick Skillings. So Nick, with motor problems, drops it out. The 44 of Dylan Quinn out of Manchester, New Hampshire, relative newcomer to the high banks this year. He's only made a few appearances, but he's given it his best. In the 35, that's David Pratt from Cambridgeport, Vermont. In the 35, David, part-time competitor here with us. Kyle Templeton had to scratch, as we noted before. Skylar Shippey from Chesterfield, New Hampshire, rides in that number 51. And Jacob Reum from Rochester, New Hampshire, his first trip across the state to race at Monadnock. Said it's going to take a little bit of getting used to race on the high banks here. But he's had a practice session. He's had a qualifying race. They're getting the double up sign, so we're about ready to go racing. Back under green, looking for 25 laps, going straight to the end. No cautions, fingers crossed, toes crossed, ready to go. Patrick Houle and Chris Sontag take him down the backstretch underneath the Advanced Auto Parts scoreboard into the Serve Pro restart zone. Here we go. Green is out on the outside. Sontag trying to push it beyond the 57, but can't quite do it. And Patrick Houle races off the corner as Sontag slows up again. Louis goes down low, almost collided with his buddy in the 48 and way up the banking, and it'll be Williams that takes the lead at the line. Williams with Houle in the 57. Then the 13 of Cameron Sontag. Trouble in turn 4, piles up the 12 and the 33 this time. So whatever problems Christopher Sontag is having, it gets him both times in both the qualifier and this one in turn 2. So that car going south on him, I think further south than he'd planned on, must have caught up with Hurricane Ian. So he pulls away, at least no marked damage by the looks here, but that doesn't help Aaron Aiken's chances of getting toward the podium, since she's going to have to go to the back of the field as one of the caution cars here on lap 2.
I think they're going to check that corner in turn number 2 for maybe some more oil we didn't catch. Track crew is out. Everybody's running down low. They're pushing all the cars down to the low side. Bob Williams, the garage-sponsored 41, jacked that thing out to the front and took off like a rocket. Tough break, like you said, David, for Aaron Aiken in the 33, the McGee Family Racing sponsored 33. She got tangled up trying to stay off of Chris Sontag in the 12.
Well, the interesting thing, Chris was up on the outside too, and then got turned and came down. As we check where the others' need for speedy dry is, certainly not up against the wall because they've gotten that taken care of, but there still could be some residue over in turn 2. Not where you want to have it. Robert Williams would be gunning if he can stay out front, and he has shown that he can wind that up and run away pretty fast. Williams will be looking for win number 3 this season. Louis Mayer already has 4 wins, hoping for number 5, but got himself tangled up there coming off of turn 2 and wound up way back. Things look clear. They're going to double it up this time. Williams and Houle, Cameron Sontag, Louis Mayer, Kevin Clayton, David Pratt, and look who else has moved up there. Jacob Reaume. Then the 44 of Quinn. And way back there, going to work her way to the front, Erin Aiken. See, Erin has been on the podium here on the high banks, so she can do it. One more time, working her way toward turn 3. It truly is now the Serve Pro restart zone. Get ready, wave that green, here we go. Williams jumps out, Sontag right with him. Poole sits on the outside, goes to 4th place as Louis Mayer moves up into 3rd. Cameron Sontag sitting 2nd, Williams leading. Sontag, Williams, Mayer, Poole, and Kevin Clayton. Triple up front, banging and bumping. Cameron got into the back of Williams, checked him up. Louis Mayer got into the back of Sontag. They've now straightened it out a little bit. Kevin Clayton has moved into 4th spot. Dick Hoole running in 5th. Skylar Shippey has moved up to 6th. Reaume 7th. Aiken 8th and moving. Chris Sontag going backwards. Cameron Sontag looking for a way to get around Williams. If Williams drifts out of the way, Sontag might be able to nail him. Not quite. Nailing him is not what I meant with the bumper. And Williams did he drive up there? Did he have help getting up there?
Something turned Williams up the hill, and Cameron Sontag takes the lead. Louis Mayer in for 2nd. Williams now going to put the grease pedal down as hard as he can on the 41, and caution is out.
Well, this 12 over here of Sontag once again having trouble. That's Chris Sontag. So his brother's issues continue. Cameron's looking at the back of the field from the front. Chris is looking for a way to get into the pits and get that car squared away. Didn't catch quite what happened to Williams there. They were bumping and thumping coming through turn 3 and 4.
Williams hooked it up the hill, and I thought he was going to go for a ride, but he definitely is the catch of the night, no doubt about it. He saved the 41. He looped kind of squirrely out of turn number 2, and then all of a sudden gathered it up. He's lucky to be where he's at, but the Bob Stalker is not going to give up for sure.
Well, it could have been a disaster when you get up into the top of the banking, but that's what makes this fun. 5 laps in the books. We'll be restarting 6 when we did restart 6, but I guess we're going backwards here after that caution. Field doubles up again, getting themselves squared away to restart lap 6 one more time. Rev it up one more time, clear out that carb. Here we go. It's Cameron Sontag, Louis Mayer, Robert Williams, Kevin Clayton. Green flag, here we come. On the outside, Louis Mayer is going to run door to door with Cameron Sontag. Cameron looking for his first win in a long time. Down the backstretch, Williams is right there. On the outside, it's Louis Mayer. He doesn't want to be there, but he'll fight his way. Moves back into 3rd, in behind Sontag, pushes Williams back to 3rd, keeps him there. There's a battle with the 51, the 51, and the 48. Skylar Shippey looking pretty stout here right now in 5th place. Kevin Clayton falling off the pace, but there's a ways to go here. We're only on lap 8. Cameron Sontag, Louis Mayer, and Robert Williams running at the top of the field. Kevin Clayton and Skylar Shippey, they've moved Hoole back. Erin Aiken still trying to climb back up from 7th spot, and she may do it on this lap. Nope, not enough. She got down inside there, got Hoole loosened up, and she moves up one more notch into 6th place. Meanwhile, Cameron Sontag is pulling away. Louis Mayer's got problems. That car's slow, and he went a hard time going into turn 3. Williams got pushed down to the infield. Boy, they're getting serious up front here, Randy.
I'll tell you what, Dave, you can see the right side front brake rotor. When it comes around this time, your camera will catch it on Astrovision. That brake rotor is cherry hot. It matches the red paint job. But why they battle it out, he and Louis Mayer, Cameron Sontag is set sail.
12 laps in the books. We're one more lap to halfway in this 25-lap event. Trying to keep it going with two big races still to go here this evening. Louis Mayer and Williams. Oh, got him sideways coming through the corner, but he's going to chase down Louis Mayer as he can. Sontag can run his own line. Louis Mayer and Williams had to change their approach. Williams gets down to the white line, yellow line that is, and he's picked up another car length on Louis Mayer. As we said, Louis came into the race here 32 points ahead of Kevin Clayton and Cameron Sontag, with Williams 46 points out of first place. Aaron Aiken finally finds a way to get underneath Skylar Shippey. She's going to move herself into the top 5. It's Cameron Sontag's race with 10 to go. Make it 9 now. Williams tapping on the, whoa, Williams got into Louis Mayer. Louis takes it all the way down, doesn't lose a spot, and Williams has to back out. I don't know if those guys are serious or playing, but it's not the kind of playing you want to do when you're going for something important. Cameron Sontag has a very substantial lead here. We've got 7 to go, and the battle is really Louis Mayer and Robert Williams. Then it'll be Aaron Aiken and Kevin Clayton. That'll be the next battle to watch here on the track. Louis Mayer now trying to stretch out his advantage over Robert Williams. Aaron Aiken trying to close the advantage on the 4th place car of Kevin Clayton. Sontag now a straightaway ahead of 2nd place. 20 laps on the books.
Cameron Sontag, Aaron Elga Sontag, well in pump 13. He comes up on his brother Christopher, may put him a lap down. Oh no, the 18 of Rion. He just blew up coming out of the back stretch. Oh no.
Luckily he's keeping it up on the high side, but this could be another oiler. Tough break for a guy that comes here for the first time in his racing career and has bad luck on the high banks.
A lot of smoke rolling up. He's able to get it to the apron area. Our folks at Speedway Safety gonna go over and check the car. Jacob's out of his car.
And the first thing they do is go look and see what's going on.
Right.
Can I fix it?
While we have smoke covering the track, we just want to make the reminder, there is no smoking in the grandstands. Please be courteous. Smoke away from the grandstands, back on the concours area. Here, there are designated areas for having your smoke. Tough break for Jacob. He was doing so well running that 18. His first time here.
That was a pretty spectacular blow-up. I haven't seen one of those for quite a long time, and it's a tough break for him at this point. Speedy dry down along the wall here. When the guys come off turn 4, if they're not being pursued by somebody, want to get out close to the wall to make a perfect circle around the racetrack. In this instance, that's going to be kind of slick for a few laps. Keep the drivers down off the exploded surface. Chris Horton just checking to make sure it's not too slick up in there. He doesn't want to have company on the flag stand if somebody gets in trouble. And I'll tell you, we're talking this being our anniversary another anniversary year, 53 seasons. There were a few back in the 70s when we were talking about the original divisions here, which was a modified or a Class A and a sportsman, which was, the difference was modifieds had a quick change and the Class A's had a locked rear, or Class B's had a locked rear. And it stayed that way for quite a while till they all argued to get a quick change rear. But I think it was Bobby Wilbur in a sedan, one of the old style sedans, came off of turn 4, got up on the wall, which at that point was an old boilerplate wall, and rolled it down the wall right across the flag stand. Jim Bolio and Jim Hanks ducked. They weren't hurt, but you saw a car similar to what happened to Kim Rivette on the backstretch, except she just got up on it and rode down. This was climb the wall and roll over and end up down a little bit beyond the flag stand.
A memory similar to that. I was at the Claremont, well, it was Claremont Speedway at the time, not Claremont Motorsports Park. Sean Boudreau was in his #1 modified, and I thought to myself, when he came out of turn number 4, went up on the wall airborne, you could see the bottom of the car. You could have done anything you wanted for a repair to it. At that point, he narrowly missed. If you've been to the Claremont Motorsports Park, he barely missed the flag stand. And Sean survived. Thank you to the safety equipment involved. But yeah, David, that's not a place you want to be.
Not fun. It's not fun to watch. It's exciting. I mean, that's part of the entertainment value of stock car racing. But I'll tell you, after watching the replays, and I think it was replays because I wasn't able to watch the race, watching New England's Ryan Preece take that wicked crash at Daytona. I have said it. I've said it since I got involved in racing. Stock cars, especially the NASCAR sanctioned ones, are the safest cars to race. I've watched and called races on Indy cars and similar styles. They're fast. They scare me. I really think it's going to be, really bad for someone at
I
some
was
point.
listening to that wreck ensue last week after we left here on MRN radio on the satellite, listening to that place, and I never have heard Dave Moody and some of the others be so, oh my God, they were just, it was such a wreck. It was such a wreck to see, but tough. What a tough racer Ryan Preece is. Back in action. He'll be at Darlington. The track too tough to tame tomorrow.
Apparently he's the driver too tough to tame too, which is probably going to be a new moniker for him.
Winner of the Winchester 200, if you remember that, here at the High Banks.
Yep. He started a third generation driver out of New England, which is really great for him. The interesting thing is his car got itself up in the air, and they made a lot about the flaps that they installed into the cars. And I can remember back in the early 80s, they had just downsized the NASCAR vehicles from the big clunkers of the 70s. They had a smaller car, and in those days they didn't have any flaps on the top or on the hoods. And during the twin qualifiers, for those who may have watched it on TV, John Anderson came off of turn 2, heading onto the backstretch and got the car sideways, and it lifted up just like Preece's did, like a leaf on a parking lot on a windy day, and tumbled down over toward the wall. And the next race, Connie Saylor got his car turned around, and it popped up like a leaf. And I'd love to get a copy of it. The Daytona paper the next morning had a picture of Connie Saylor's car absolutely perpendicular to the backstretch. And then landed on its roof, and both cars were piled down there. My turn position, that Anderson car was twisted so that you could only put about 3 wheels on the ground. The crash was so hard. And Preece, he got more tumbles out of that than the entire gymnastics team.
And we saw a horrific crash of Ryan Newman at Daytona as well. Yeah. And these guys and gals understand what it is to do what they do and what they love to do. They understand the risk that's involved. Ryan Preece, his wife Heather, baby Rebecca, it was so heartwarming to see him released from the hospital with that newborn baby and be able to rejoin his family. So great. God bless him. I'm glad that Ryan's okay. He was smiling, and during his interview today, talking about the wreck, he's like, look, that's what happens. It is what it is. We're moving on.
Yeah, and they're bolted in pretty healthy. They've changed the seating, they've changed the helmets, the neck gear, all the things they need to do to keep the drivers safe. Doesn't mean there won't be an injury or fatality at points. That's the nature of this business. But it was great to see it. People get over there and have him climb out of the car, and he'll have a story to tell. It's the New England guys, it's the Bouchard brothers going down and getting Rookie of the Year and winning races, and that's why
Ricky Cravens, you name it. I mean, there's been so
Ricky
many.
Cravens win at Martinsville was
awesome,
pretty good. So I don't want to always say awesome all the time because someone's going to have a better one sometime. So
yeah, exactly.
It's when you get those surveys after you've been somewhere and they say, how would you rate the service here, 1 through 5? I always give them a 4. Or a 9, because it's never going to be perfect. Someone's always going to do a better job somewhere along the line. So it's looking like we're making some progress here.
Looks like we're laying the most of the speedy dry that starts on the back stretch into turns 3 and 4, right in that upper groove. And that's not where you want to have any contaminants on the track for sure. Mini stock competitors are going to try to work that groove in for a moment. You see the signals being displayed from our flagman, Chief Flagman Chris Horton, saying, look, guys, do me a favor. Guys, gals, scuff that in. Make sure we're okay. You may see a thumbs up, thumbs down situation, whether it's okay and they're ready to go.
Well, either case, while we have a little time here, we talked about winners here on Labor Day weekend 50 years ago. I just opened up the Bible and got to 2003, which was 20 years ago. And that year we didn't have modifieds on the program, but it appears that the Labor Day weekend winner was Todd Patnode in Pro Stocks. There was the late model division with Tommy Cashman winning. Dan Frederick, who was very much a part of the Hillary Renault team this year, was a winner in the Strictly Stocks. And the mini stock winner was Paul LaFon. And then we
Paul LaFon, like the guy that does parts at Walliers, Paul LaFon?
I could well be.
Recognize the name for sure.
Could well be, but that was 20 years ago. Let's see, how far back is 30 years ago? I kind of forget that. 30 years ago, it would have been 1993. And Labor Day weekend, we got rained out. In fact, most of the rest of the season got rained out. We finally got a race in October. All of September of '93 was a washout. All right, looks like we're ready to go racing again. Field's called on to double up. Pace truck is heading into the pits. One more try. Cameron Sontag, Louis Mayer, Robert Williams, Kevin Clayton. Here we go. 5 laps to pick up the winner. They lay it out into turn 1, off of turn 2. Cameron Sontag way out there. Louis Mayer looking inside. They go through the speedy dry. That gets Kevin Clayton all kinds of sideways. And way up on the outside is a 51 of Skylar Shippey. He was in 5th place for a while. Your leader now coming down, it's Cameron Sontag.
Cameron Sontag pedals the 13 in the front. Louis Mayer in for second. Bob Williams in the 41 and Aaron Akins in the 33s worked their way back up to 4th. Louis Mayer looks underneath, 2 laps to go. Cameron Sontag in the 13 works his way down the backstretch. In the second spot is Louis Mayer. White flag's gonna wave. One more circuit here, one more quarter mile. Cameron Sontag down the backstretch, drops the hammer into 3 and 4. exits the turn, takes the double checkers. He's your winner. Cameron Sontag, Louis Mayer, Bob Williams, Aaron Aiken, Kevin Clayton, Pat Poole, and Christopher Sontag. What a race. Great job to Cameron Sontag. I know a very special lady to me by the name of Heather will be really excited to see Cameron take his victory lap. Cameron Sontag working his way around the high banks. We're going to send it to victory lane with Dave Sutherland.
Trendy. It has been a while since Cameron Sontag has been in victory lane here on the high banks. We'll find out how he feels about that and talk with the other guys once we get that out of the way and see how they looked at this event. Not without its own events. A lot of fluids all over the place. And rolled into victory lane, bringing the Raymond's Repair Sontag well and pump machine to a stop. Got to get a few obligatory victory lane pictures out of the way. And happy folks, let's bring them out. Your winner tonight, Cameron Sontag. Wow, come on around here. So get on camera. We're all stars now. This one's got to feel awfully good.
Oh yeah, it feels really good. Finally got the car going good, so we've been working on it the past couple weeks and found a few things, so just feels awesome. Finally back to victory lane. You know, it's been a tough year. We've been I kind of had like a 4th or 5th place car for the first half of the year, so we just had to work on it, found a few things, and now we're back. So can't thank my dad enough, and Chris McTaggart for helping us, Charlie, Bundy, the sponsors, James Irwine Cable, and Sontag Pump Company.
Good win. It's been hard to count the years, but it was back in mini stock years.
Yeah, ran 13 and 14, I think, in mini stock. So, and won 2 races each year in there. So, good to be back.
Magic number 5. We'll see him up here again. Cameron Sontag, your winner tonight. Louis Mayer. This was kind of a wild night, to say the least, trying hard to stay in the top.
Yeah, all the oil on the track kind of hurt me tonight. I couldn't get a good groove. I want to thank Norm, Michelle, Jeff for all their work that they put into this track, all their crew. I want to thank all the fans for coming out. I want to thank my wife and my children who are home tonight. I want to thank Dennis from DW Designs, Dickie and Linda from DuBois Motorsports. I want to thank all the competitors for coming out.
Louis Mayer still hanging on to that point lead. Robert Williams. A hot little Honda there. So that little car looked really good, and then it looked like
13 drove into me.
So other than that,
no, it's fine.
how'd the car run?
Well, he hasn't got a win in like forever, so I figured I'd let him have one. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta thank my girlfriend for letting me do this. I don't really have any sponsors, so I'm just gonna wreck the 13 next week.
Oh, okay. So we'll have something to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can put it on his roof.
Okay. Well, we'll mark his words.
I'm gonna make him spin like a top on his roof.
Jeez. Do we sound like a politician here?
Hey,
Robert Williams.
Nothing. All the mini stocks. I don't want to hear it saying the Mustangs can't do it. I mean, you can be a little smoother than he is, which is fine, but the Mustangs can definitely do it. So get them out here and let's get 20 cars.
And 20 cars means more money in their purse from Robert. So that's it. Let's go upstairs for the rest of the night's.
Thank you, Dave Sutherland. Charlie Dunsmore, good job on that 13, my man. Working hard to get it to the front. Such a great team, great family, the Sontag folks. Bob says he's got the cash. He's made the challenge. Would love to see him have to ante up. Maybe we can actually pay the cash in Victory Lane. If we can get 20 or more, there's more mini stocks out there. And he's willing to pay what it needs to pay to get them here to the high banks of Monadnock Speedway. Going to finish up in Victory Lane. We've got 2 more feature events tonight. A 40-lap modified feature event for our Nastra Modifieds. And then we will round out the night with a 50-lap teddy bear pools and spas, 50-lap main event for our Nastra late models. You heard David allude to, if you haven't got your fix for racing, 2 more days that we've got coming up at the Claremont Motorsports Park. He and Kevin will be there tomorrow, and David and I will be there on Monday. And if you haven't got your racing fix and your barbecue done, our Granny here will provide you a great meal. Join us at the Claremont Motorsports Park. If you're on the East Coast, Hudson has its Day of Destruction. Enduros, and you name it, are on tap for the Hudson International Speedway. As we come in tonight, the Nastra Modified points look like this. Nate Wenzel is an 8-point advantage over Tyler Leary in second. Brian Chapin, JT Cloutier, and then Scott Zielinski round out your top 5. Who will be the victor tonight? Here we go, folks. Lights on. The Monadnock Speedway pace truck. Trevor Crotos got the modifieds staged and ready to go. They will pull out onto the racetrack momentarily. And here comes your pole sitter in the Studebaker. That is the 44 of Brian Chapin. To his outside is the current points leader out of Granby, Massachusetts. That is the natural young gun. That is Nate Wenzel. In the 13, that will be the JG Performance 13 for Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire's JT Cloutier. In the 07, set fastest time. That is the Zielinski Heating and Cooling 07, the rookie for Scott Zielinski. Next on the starting grid to the outside in row number 3, piloting a new ride. Second time he's been in it. The Rivera Racing Stable brings you Hayden Grenier. In row number 4, on the inside, Merrimack, New Hampshire is where he calls home. It's the Ride More sponsored hot rod for Jeff Rollins. Racing with a heavy heart tonight is the 51. In the 51X tonight will be none other than Matt Kimball. Starting inside row number 5 in the 29NH out of Croydon, New Hampshire, we call him the Superman. That is Aaron Fellows. To his outside in the 25 in the Jet Concrete sponsored rod, that is Joel Belanger. Out of Antrim, New Hampshire, the Perry Dentist sponsored hot rod, the 99 for Kim Rivette.
back in a modified. This is his second week. Had a fourth place finish in a new car. It is also the Ridemore sponsored 73 for Cole Littlewood. In the 50X, it will be the Fisher's Garage sponsored 50X for Kevin Pitzinger. The other rookie in the class out of Harwington, Connecticut in the 96. That is Nancy Muni. In starting tail for this 40-lap feature event, the Bomber Truck and Trailer sponsored 84 for Eric Leclerc. Going to work the modifieds around, going to make sure they're going to pick up the pace a little bit after that oil spill. We're just trying to ensure these slicks don't meet oil because it will be like ice if they do. Chapin would love to take down another victory in the Studebaker, the Young Gun, in the 03, the Jeans Ford and Chevy, Valley Recycling, Amherst Trucking 03 for Nate Wenzel. Would really love to go to victory lane. JT Cloutier right there in the third spot. He's had multiple podium finishes, but I can tell you he is smelling victory tonight here at the High Banks. Also in the 11X, your former champion, Tyler Leary, the 100.9 sponsored 11X is ready for victory as well. He'd love to gain some points for the championship. They run down the backstretch. Chapin's going to set the pace. Leary looking for the throttle. Here we go. They're in the Serve Pro start zone, and we're underway. Chapin jumps on the gun, takes it down, looks to the inside. Chapin is your leader down the backstretch. Battle is for third. Cloutier on the inside. Tyler Leary in the 11 on the top side. But here comes the 07 of Zielinski. Zielinski has knocked off 2 poles in qualifying the last 2 weeks here at the High Banks. Would love to go to victory lane. Nate Wenzel in the second spot. Wenzel being pursued by the 11 of Leary. Chapin, still your leader. Here comes Zielinski for the 4th spot. He'll take it on the inside of Cloutier. We're going by lap number 4.
Off turn number 2, Chapin still on top with Wenzel and Leary. Moving up quickly, Zielinski in the 07. The 13 for JT Cloutier sliding backwards. And a pretty good showing right now for Jeff Rollins in the 02. Not much at stake because he's not near the top of the heap in terms of the points, but he's still there, running well, trying to stay with it. Leary looking at the back bumper of the Wenzel machine, trying to find a line to get underneath him, can't do it. Off the corner they go again. Coming up on the slower cars, Chapin, Wenzel working hard. Passing flag for Nancy and for she moves over. The 84 of Leclerc moves over, or tries to, as the leaders approach in the turn. Boy, those lead 5 are just glued to each other's back bumpers right now. No one can make a move. You've got 6 that are part of the top of the heap, and there's 1 more. That's Matt Kimball starting to close in on him. He's getting off of turn 4 the way he always does, and he will be in the mix. You've got 7 cars that can be part of the top of the heap here.
Brian Chapin still pumps out. There's your leader. Nate Wenzel in for second. Tyler Leary, Scott Zielinski, JT Cloutier, and the ever crafty Jeff Rollins in the 02 coming hard. Chapin has set sail in the 44. The Studebaker out in front, the oldest car in the field. against the young gun in the 03 of Nate Wenzel. Brian Chapin said the car was fast. He actually was borrowing parts from the Wenzels when I was down there. Had to fix the Studebaker, he said.
The old Studebaker, sometimes the old cars have good technology if you've worked with them long enough and apply that technology to stay out in front. The only thing that could mess him up would be a caution at this point, but it doesn't look like that's forthcoming. We've got 15 out of 40, 25 left to go. Wenzel just waiting for Brian Chapin to make a mistake. Brian gets it loose, still manages to hold on to it, but boy, that car started to go out from underneath him in a big way. Wenzel sees that. He's going to be sitting there waiting to take advantage. This time, Chapin slows him up a little bit to make him check up behind him.
If he hadn't have checked up, David, he definitely was a ringer for slip sliding away. He almost had that car sideways in turn number 4 2 laps ago.
A couple of weeks ago, that was a problem for him in turns 3 and 4. The car came up underneath him a couple times, and he had a lot to say about how they had to fix that. And now Wenzel's trying to give him a little bump going into the corner, and both of them are pulling away from the rest of the contenders. Lap traffic is going to be a big factor here now. The 6 top cars are going to be trying to contend with slower cars in the corners. Nancy's riding high. Eric gets it down low. Nancy gets the passing flag.
Oh,
Wenzel got stuck.
Wenzel and the 44 of Chapin almost, but he caught. Oh no! Zielinski trapped behind the contact in the 84 of Eric Leclerc.
Well, the problem was, in fact, that Wenzel got into the back of Leclerc's car and messed him up, and that messed up Leclerc.
Oh,
the lead cars were okay. They all got through it, but Eric Leclerc was the victim of 2 guys fighting for position, and that fight got them tangled up with Eric's car, and he was down about as far as he can go to get out of the way, too. A tough break for a guy who, I can remember the last time he finished on the podium, probably took over the microphone for at least a half an hour.
Such a gentleman, but trying to get by lap traffic. Scott Zielinski.
Definite front end damage
trapped.
on the car.
Chrome horn is bent on the 07 for sure. JT Cloutier, Nate Wenzel. Trying too hard to get around lap traffic. He was trying to use, it looked like, Eric Leclerc as a pick in order to slingshot around and get around Brian Chapin. Kimmy Rivette back on the speedway. She had gone off, ducked into the pits. Folks at A Plus Towing gonna hook up the 44. Oh! Watching the replay.
And the replay was actually the 84 checking up with problems. It looks like the front suspension got twisted up. I would like to have seen the part coming down the front chute on a replay just to see how that originally developed.
You folks in Astrovision can see what we see on the replays. If you see something different, there was definitely some heavy contact going on, checking up, trying to get back in line and get out of the way. And it just knocked some folks around for sure. Try to reset the line. Looks like Superman had to duck into the pits for some attention to his crew in the 29 New Hampshire.
Well, I think a lot of guys got caught up there when the checkup happened. They're coming off the corner. Yeah. There was initial contact with the left rear and right front of the 44 and the 03, and then the 03 got into the back of the 84 in the process. And that set up the chain reaction that happened on the backstretch.
All right, here we're gonna go. We're gonna go restart lap 22. Brian Chapin to the inside. The young gun on the outside, and Nate Wenzel. Tyler Leary, and there will be the 07 of Scott Zielinski. Here we go. They approach the Surf Pro restart zone. Green is going to be out. Green is going to wave. Around in turn number 4 is the 5H. Hayden Grenier is going to drag the caution out again. Grenier jumped on the fuel. The car slid out from underneath him. Doing such a great job in that open wheel car. Currently the points leader in the late models at the Lee USA Speedway. Hayden Grenier. Piloting the Rivera Racing 5H. Glad Louis giving him a shot behind the wheel of that car. Brian Chapin, still your leader. Nate Wenzel, Tyler Leary, Scott Zielinski, JT Cloutier, the 02 of Jeff Rollins, and then the 51 being piloted tonight by none other than Matt Kimball. We tried to restart lap 22.
We tried to. We'll get
tried.
one more shot in. We can get 18 laps to the end of this one. Clean and green would be the best way to go at this point. And they're called on to double up again. So once more, the battle between the current point leader and the veteran driver begins to get ramped up. Wenzel 8 points ahead of Tyler Leary in the point championship. Brian Chapin is third in points, 30 points out of the top. Here they come into the restart zone, and we're on.
On the hot pedal sliding is the 44 Chapin on the inside. He's lost the grip. Here comes Nate Wenzel to the top side. We saw multiple restarts. Brian Chapin is usually an ace. He's got a limited grip, but he'll still be your leader. Going on into second. Oh, Zielinski loops it around.
Wow. That was not just one, but two. And the guy that got on the hard end of that stick was the 13 of JT Cloutier, who's up against the wall. What else could you do? It looked like the 07 just let go and went around, unless there was some contact back in the battle.
Crazy times here in the open wheel ground pounding modifieds tonight.
Well, we did get lap 22 completed, it looks like, but I won't swear to it until we see what the officials are.
JT is trying to move the wheel back and forth. You can see that left front moving.
Want to make sure it's okay to get it off the wall. And
I think it is. I think he's just got something.
Well, we've got the rollback coming out here, so someone's in bigger trouble than it looks like. From here, we'll have to get a good close-up look.
But Scott Zielinski was doing the dance on the backstretch for sure. He was spinning and spinning. I've never seen that car do so much.
Left rear tire, looks like was the culprit to begin with, especially coming off turn 2 under power. And the right front on the JT Cloutier machine is probably not going to be repairable before the evening's over.
Zielinski's going to work the 07.
Oh, yeah, there was a little contact between the 13 and the 07, and that took the tire down on the 07. The 13 got a hard hit on the wall right underneath the Exit Realty sign. It slid up the wall, so...
Going to take some of that Credit One financing to maybe fix that car.
Yeah, it will. Tough break for JT Cloutier, looking for his third straight podium finish. And we still have 50 laps of Mr. Late Models for the Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown Championship.
Tough break for JT. Car's got some pretty heavy sustained right front damage. Wall on the backstretch. He's not a safer barrier. Those are very unforgiving.
Highway Armco, same thing you'd hit when you have trouble on the interstate. So probably a little bit better put together than that. So we still have to get these last 18 laps underway here and complete their race before we bring out the Nestor late models for the Triple Crown final.
Want to give a special shout out to one of the fans in the stands tonight, and that is none other than Sean Stone. Anybody that's been here that knows that cat, he's got a lot of laps in here, and his family, between Paul, Ed, Jay, all those guys, they were a lot of fun growing up with when I was coming here early on in my racing career. So welcome, Sean. Glad to have you in the house, and I hope you're enjoying it. As David mentioned, we're getting ready to finish up this 40-lap event. We've got a 50-lap late model teddy bear pools and spa sponsored Triple Crown tonight. And then tomorrow at the Claremont Motorsports Park, there is the Avery Insurance 6-shooters, the LaValle Building Supply Pure Stocks, Ace Tech Tire and Auto will bring you modifieds, the Brody Ledoux State Farm Outlaws, and the R.E. Hinckley Tetro Memorial 73 laps. We're going to get ready to go back to green. On the throttle, here they come, dropping into turns 3 and 4. They hit the Serpro start zone. Oh, Brian Chapin, it's all kinds of squirrely. Now he's going to come back, but look, who's on the outside? The battle's for third. It's Matt Kimball. Oh, he drifts back now, but he and Tyler Leary were side by side.
Right now it's Nate Wenzel on top, but Chapin has the ability to catch up to him and nail him if he can do it. And I don't mean nail him in a bad way, but nail him and get by him. Working hard down through the turn 2 off the backstretch. Here is the rear tires going bad on the 44. Leary starting to work his way in as the handles go away. That caution was not his friend. Leary into second. Jeff Rollins trying to dive underneath the 44 to grab third now. And sitting in fifth, it's Matt Kimball in the borrowed ride in the Adam LaPointe vehicle. Wenzel already been to victory lane several times this year. Won a week ago, looking for his second win in a row. Had a win back in June. Kimball hasn't won since June 3rd.
Matt Kimball hasn't lost his skill or his touch here at the High Banks for sure. He's now on the back bumper of Jeff Rollins in the 0-2. The battle ensues for the 4th spot. Kimball's got the chrome horn right on the back end drive.
Kimball trying to find a way to get underneath the 0-2 of Jeff Rollins with the laps ticking away. 10 to go. They've got 10 more circuits for someone to make their move. Chapin hanging on to the 3rd spot. He'll keep Rollins and Kimball behind him as much as he can. He's certainly manhandling that car now after those handling's gone away with him that he had so well solid.
A little contact and out a true whiz between the 51 of Matt Kimball and the 0-2 of Jeff Rollins. Matt working the inside, slides down, here he comes, drops the hammer into the inside. Kimball works the line, gets on the bottom, and takes over the 4th spot.
That car's never run so well, you can believe that. Adam LaPointe will have a great ride when he comes back to it. And now, with Rollins' car seemingly losing its handle, here comes Cole Littlewood. He slips into a spot and takes over 5th. We've got 5 laps left, and they're going to be coming up on Nancy Muni here in just a short 2 or 3 laps as we get down to the end of this 40-lap event for the modifieds. Nate Wenzel, Tyler Leary in the battle for the point championship. This will not change anything for them. They'll still be 8 points apart. Brian Chapin will still be dropping a little bit further back. He sits in third in the points, and here comes Kimball. Kimball's looking for a way to get around Brian Chapin and move on to the podium. Chapin's got to hold his line and keep Kimball behind him. Matthew looking to the outside, now looks inside. Chapin, he's got two young hot shoes right on his tail, and Nancy Muni loosened it, dirt tracks it off the corner. He is burning up that right rear. Meanwhile, we've got one lap to go. It's white flag time. Wenzel, Leary, Chapin fighting an ill-handling race car. He's got Matt Kimball all over, literally all over his back bumper. Here they come down for the checkered flag. It'll be Nate Wenzel for another win. Tyler Leary and Brian Chapin hangs on, and look at that. Kimball got wide. Cole Littlewood slipped into fourth place at the line. What a great finish after a long set of cautions. The win to Nate Wenzel. That'll be his fourth of the season. Tyler Leary keeps pace with him in the point chase by rolling into second, and Brian Chapin hangs on for a third place finish. I'm sure he'll have something to say about how that car's running. We'll find out when Randy talks to him. Get everybody clear from the track before we let everybody else down there to do what they got to do. Nate Wenzel trying to keep pace with his brother, who's leading the points in the division that's coming up next. Don't believe we've ever had a brother-brother combination that would win championships here, but we'll find out for sure. You can't yell.
Rolling into victory lane. Give it up for the young gun, the natural. This is Nate Wenzel. It is loud. You are correct. Gonna get a water from Miss Sam. Get his picture taken. Checkers in the hand. Pops the steering wheel off. Gets the belts off. Here he comes, folks. Let him hear it. Nate Wenzel. He started this. Now everybody's got payback going on. Come around here, Hot Rod. You battled it out. You had a little contact with the 84. You got into him trying to get by Brian. But, man, when you got to the front, you just rocked it.
Man, I threw everything I had at Brian. I didn't have any more in me. My tires were fading. His tires were fading. But I was able to try and get him on the restart, and after that, I just had to hold off Tyler. 2 weeks in a row, car is awesome. Got to thank my mom, dad, Lindsay, Ted, Tim, Jordan, which is watching right now. Hi, Jordan.
Thanks, Nastrovision.
Yeah, thank you, Nastrovision. I hope the fans enjoyed the race. That was a lot of fun for me.
Great job, Nate Wenzel in victory lane. Tyler, come on up. Brian, come on up and join us, my friends. You keep digging, man. You're going to get there. There's no doubt in my mind. Tyler Leary in for second.
I'm ready for round two. Let's go. Me and Wenzel right now.
That's the challenge, bud.
No, we had a really good car. My guys bust their butts. It's good running up here with Nate and Brian. Both these guys are class acts. So just fortunate to have a really fast race car every week. Got to thank my dad, Brian Barnard, BFR Chassis, just everyone that makes this possible, everyone that supports me and has my back in my corner. And thanks to all these fans for coming out.
Tyler Leary, a class act for sure. Mr. Chapin, come on up here, my friend. I know it's been a long, hot race, and you and I are, well, close in age. Brian, Man, you
Oh,
threw.
sweaty hog, what the hell?
Oh, yeah, we got to get the sweaty hog. I always get that. That's cool. But you threw everything but the kitchen sink trying to hold on for sure. It looked like you were at some points holding on for dear life. But you rocked it.
Yeah, you know, congrats to Nate. We were beating the hell out of each other on that restart, and I don't know, I tried to shift. Maybe that was the dumb thing to do, and we got together, and I don't know, I think something broke on the Studebaker there, and I was on it.
Don't be breaking the Studebaker.
It's got 2 races left, and then somebody else can own it. You know what? It's been a hell of a ride, pardon my language. It's been 17 years. In 2 more races, I'm done retiring, and so hopefully I get, finish out here once or twice more. But if not, I got to thank my father first and foremost. He believes in me. He's done everything for this car. My crew, Bob, my son, Brandon, my son, Alex, my wife, Alyssa, my father-in-law, Andy, John Peischer, anybody who's helped me over the years. Frank and Reagan Buffin, they've been on board forever. Palmer Trailer Sales, the fans, Monadnock. This is my home. I love it. And after 2 races, I'll miss it. But, hey, it's what we do.
Be thankful from all of us, my friend. We've had a lot of times that we've done this together. We love you. On behalf of Monadnock Speedway and the fans, let Brian Chapin know.
Thank you. One more time.
Nate, you got to make somebody a little heavier in the wallet. 452 is the prop. Ah. I would see. That's why. Yeah. How'd that work? All right. What do you got there, champ? Come on.
1 second. Sorry.
Oh, just a little chill. You'll be fine.
Yeah, just a little chilly. 544-1869. Oh, sorry. 544-1869.
There you go. You can collect your money at the souvenir stand. Nicole will have it for you. We're getting ready to go late model racing.
Hi.
Well, it comes down to 2 more races for the regular season for the Nestor Modifieds, and it's still pretty darn close. 8 points will separate, maybe 10 at this point, will separate Nate Wenzel and Tyler Leary. Brian Chapin is still not out of the picture entirely. The rest of the top 5, tough break for J.T. Cloutier, who was 4th in points, and Scott Zielinski, who was 5th in points, did not help their point standings. It may have allowed a couple other drivers to move up. Consistency helps. Shortly, we'll bringing the Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown race number 3 onto the track for the final 50-lap event of the evening. The pace car are lit. We should be bringing the field out for tonight's race number 3, Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown. Teddy Bear Pools and Spas, longtime supporter of racing in central New England. And leading them out will be your pole sitter for tonight's event after the redraws, Kevin McKnight. out of Orange, Mass, in the Outback Auto entry, car 76. Next to him in the 83. Currently leading points in this competition for the late models track championship. Currently second, check that, third in points for the Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown points. That's Tim Wenzel out of West Springfield, Massachusetts, in the Virgilio Property Management racer. Starting third, the guy who's leading points and has the most to gain or lose tonight from White River Junction in the 33 Vermont. That's Matt Sonhalter. Matt Sonhalter in the 33 Vermont. 4 points ahead of Jeff Rollins and 10 points ahead of Tim Wenzel in the competition for the Triple Crown Championship. Next on the grid will be the 33 of Jeff Rollins. He's driving a Billy Clement Jr. machine. He's got a lot to lose or to gain here as well. Out of Merrimack, New Hampshire, and the Roberto Recycling backed machine. Starting fifth in the 45, the rookie from Berniston, Massachusetts, J.D. Stockwell. J.D. Stockwell in car 45, the Doug's Auto Body entry. Starting in the sixth spot, it'll be Hillary Renault from Vernon, Vermont in the 88. Hillary with a victory and several podium finishes this year in late model competition. And she's not far off the point chase either for the late model point championship. She sits in third right now. Stockwell sits in second. Tim Wenzel is first. Starting in the seventh spot, it'll be the 81X for Andrew Brosso from Claremont, New Hampshire. Next to him out of Alstead, New Hampshire, that's the 19. The driver is Aaron Thompson. Next on the grid in the 9 starting spot, Eric Smith, car 7X out of Perkinsville, Vermont. Isabel Minchella starts 10th from Somers, Connecticut in the 99. Chase Curtis from Rutland, Mass. starts in the 26. Leighton Lutz will be your starter in the Orange 7 out of Richmond, New Hampshire. I don't know if Greg Williams made it out. He was scheduled to go next on the grid, but Greg had problems in the qualifier, and it looks like he's not made it out, so he will be a DNF. 12 starters. A championship at stake. Championship points at stake. Bragging rights at stake. "50 laps is the distance for tonight's Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown Championship for the New Hampshire Stock Car Racing Association late models."
And David, Kevin McKnight to start on the pole. Longtime mini stock competitor. What a great way to start the night for him. He's going to be staked right beside Tim Wenzel. And your current point leader in the Teddy Bear Pool pursuit is Matt Sonhalter and Jeff Rollins in the Billy Clement hot rod. Take him down the backstretch. McKnight's going to lead him to the point. Wenzel ready to go. They hit the Serve Pro start zone. Here we go. Green is out. We're underway for 50 laps.
Down into turn 1 on the outside, it's Wenzel going for the top. There he is, right behind him. The 33, that's the 33 with Jeff Rollins way up the banking. McKnight gives him plenty of room. Across the stripe, it'll be Wenzel, Rollins, McKnight, then Sonhalter, JD, and look at the lady in the 88 coming up the outside, Hillary Renault, making a charge for it. 50 laps is the distance here. They're going to let Wenzel jump off the front row and run away. He's trying to right now. I don't think Jeff Rollins wants to put up with that. He's going to have to track him down. Everybody else is going to just be fighting for position. Wenzel wants to put an exclamation point on his season so far. He's already nailed down the last 2 wins, 3 wins in the last 4 races, and 1 more win to start the season.
The battle right now ensues for 5th spot. It's the Massachusetts Missile being guided to the outside by Hillary Renault and Andrew Baruso, second-generation driver out of the Claremont Motorsports Park. Got a victory there this season. Would love to go to victory tonight.
Got a ways to go. They get major jam up here as Sonnhalter's trying to find a way to get to the inside of the 76 of McKnight. Looks like he's going to manage it coming off the corner. He's got to gain a little bit more than just 1 spot because he's only got a slim lead coming into this. Not many points, only 4. And he's got to finish ahead of, if not ahead, right on the back bumper of the 33 of Jeff Rollins. So he's in position now to hold on to that championship, but he'd like to pick up another spot. And there's a ways to go yet. Tim Wenzel's just going to once again, JD trying to put some pressure on the 33 of Sonnhalter. Young JD doesn't want to give up what he's learned and earned. Came off a championship. Hang on there. Wenzel got caught up behind Leighton Lutz.
That closed the gap, David, to the 1st spot. That was the opportunity that Jeff Rollins needed, because now comes the 33, only 4 cars away from Tim Wenzel.
Well, tough break for Lutz, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He really needs to be down at the bottom of the racetrack, and he was not. He's way on the outside where the racing groove is. The battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Pretty well knotted up. Black flag for the 7. I think they're saying, just get out of the way. And on the back stretch, look out. McKnight turns around. Thompson tried to go to the high side, and there wasn't enough room. Vincella nails him there here on lap 14.
Thompson and a 19 involved as well. Thompson and a 19 involved as well. But Tim Wenzel, man, that was something he did not want to see. And your pole sitter, Kevin McKnight, tough break for him and Isabella Machella. Isabella's been really coming towards the front in the 99. Kevin McKnight had a great spot to start this off. Was doing a good job. Hillary Renault was trying to get by the 76. She had worked him on the top side, the bottom side, trying to get by McKnight. And now on the back stretch lies the 76 and the 99. And Chris Horton is saying, Mr. Lutz, head to the pits, please. Track safety crew's going to go to work on the back stretch to unhook McKnight, and it looks like we've got a fluid deposit coming out of Isabella's 99 car as well. "12 laps are in the books, 50 laps is the distance." We're going to crown a Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown champion tonight. Thank you, folks, for joining us here at the high banks of the Monadnock Speedway. It's been an awesome show. We can't thank you enough each and every time you join us Saturday nights here at the high banks. Coming up next week, the JDV Productions Whalen Modified Tour in the house. The big guys, the big guns, and a Granite State Cup holder will be crowned.
Well, it looks like Aaron Thompson was able to fix whatever happened when he made contact with the back of the 76 of McKnight, trying to squeeze up between McKnight and the wall, zipped back out and got up to the back of the field. The break is for Jeff Rollins. Obviously, he'll be starting side by side with Tim Wenzel this time around. Sonhalter and J.D. Stockwell will be side by side on the restart for themselves. And the other contenders, Brousseau and Renault, in the picture. You'll see some of these guys in action tomorrow, 6 o'clock at Claremont Motorsport Park. And if they get through that okay, they'll be back again Monday afternoon. And it'll either be race or barbecue.
Or both.
Or both.
Great time at the Claremont Motorsports Park. We invite you all to join us both Sunday and Monday. You have the opportunity. We'd love to have you. I want to give a tip of the cap to Brian Martin, the new general manager at the Claremont Motorsports Park. He's done an awesome job trying to put everything together and work through some different times. But I think amazingly, he's done a great job. I think he's sold, David, every inch of the track for sponsorship.
Well, that's what you need. As we outlined here to you folks with the billboards on the backstretch, it's been a lot of growth. There used to be 4 or 5 of them, and now every track is finding that this is a great way to reach potential customers. So if you're a business, whether you want to finish off the season or make arrangements to be one of our sponsors next year, we hope all who are here renew, but there are 3 blue boards up there that don't have any advertising on them, and that's one way to talk to people whose attention is on the backstretch.
And one of the benefits that we've been able to work through track manager Michelle Cloutier is that the folks from Alltown, the folks from ServPro, both enjoying the VIP treatment above the beer garden in that beautiful decked off area in turn 1 just as you enter pit road. If you've never watched a race from there and you want to treat your employees as a business owner to a night here at the High Banks, please reach out to Michelle. She would love to talk to you about what's involved. But I'll tell you, from talking with the Paul family at ServPro, they had a blast.
Well, as we take a little more time and take a look back on Labor Days past, we've been doing them in 10-year increments. Let's go back 40 years this time to 1983, just in case you want to know what was happening on Labor Day weekend 1983. That was a year the late model feature went to Fran Coulson. We had a pair of street stock features. Dave Arsenault and Dave Nilsson won those. And the strictly stock winner was Phil Moulton. You remember that far back? It was kind of fun. The following weekend we had the New England Street Stock Championships here, and Gigi Gravel won that. And then the most momentous moment in 1983 was the September 18th Monadnock 100. It was a modified show, and it was won by a man named Larry Cirillo, who liked the track so much he bought it and was running it in 1984, and just in recent years sold it to the guys who are all part of New Hampshire Short Track Racing Associations. Well, not really all of them. Norm Wren, the principal here. Been a great ride over those 40 years.
It's an awesome track, and we're going to get ready to go back racing. Field's giving a signal to double up. We're going to get this event in. Let's see if we can go all the way to the checkers. Wenzel's going to lead Rollins and your current point leader, Matt Sonhalter. The Massachusetts Missile, J.D. Stockwell.
in the mix as well. Here we go. They're approaching the Surf Pro start zone. Wenzel's going to lead him. Rollins in the air side by side as they come out of turn 4.
Rollins tried to get just a little piece of Wenzel with a little extra gas before the start, but Wenzel was there and got off the line. He's leading him down into the corner now here on lap 13. It's going to be the 83 of Wenzel, the 33, and a tight battle between the 33 of Sonholder and the 45 of J.D. Stockwell. Sonholder was just slid onion out of the line there. Stockwell still on the outside, has the edge at the line this time.
Looks to be bobbling as he goes through the corner. J.D. Stockwell seems a little smoother, but they are fender to fender, door handle to door handle, coming down to the stripe. Sonholder still has the advantage, but now J.D. Stockwell will get a fender up, and here comes Andrew Baruso.
It's all going to come down to the final couple of laps. We are at the 15-lap mark right now. We've still got to get 50 laps in here, so there's a whole lot of racing, 35 to go. And look at this, jumping hard down into the corner. It's Jeff Rollins underneath the 83 of Tim Wenzel. He just jammed it down into turn 4, all of Brian Ross of many years ago, and now pulls ahead. So on lap 17, all of a sudden we have a new leader, and that is the 33 for Jeff Rollins.
You hit the nail right on the head. I saw Flying Brian Ross do that same move. He just laid it into the corner, and here comes the Clement ride with Jeff Rollins behind the wheel, taking the top spot.
And still, we've got a 5-car race starting with 3rd position on back, as they are not able to unhinge anything. Stockwell staying on the outside of Sonholder. Sonholder can't let the car drift up the way he'd like to. This time Stockwell has the edge. He's just going to keep working him, keeping him down as he works away on the outside. And up on the outside as well, Hillary Renault kind of snuck into the picture here. Those 5 cars are really giving you a better show than the leaders are at this point. They're a 2-car race down on the backstretch. They'll probably be on the podium for sure. Now Stockwell has broken away and takes over 3rd from Sonhalter. This could change how this top 10 finishes.
J.D. Stockwell wanting to get the victory lane. He's had multiple podiums, but yet a victory has eluded him for sure. Matt Sonhalter, Baruso, and then Renault and Chase Curtis in the 26. Round out your field. Right now, Rollins coming up on the 7 of Lutz. It's a lap car. Tries to work through the middle. Comes out of turn number 4. Wenzel right behind him. And we've straightened 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th back.
Finally took him to get himself squared away. A little easier than banging and bumping through the corners. Halfway now, at the halfway point. 25 laps in, it's Jeff Rollins in the 33, the 83 for Tim Wenzel, the 45 of J.D. Stockwell going in the 3rd level, then the 33 of Sonhalter, 4th and 5th spot now is Andrew Brosso as they work their way around the Leighton Lutz machine.
Between the 33 and the 81 as they came down the front stretch. Now they're side by side, going down the back stretch into turn number 3, exiting turn number 4. Give that position to the 81 of Andrew Baruso. Sonhalter fighting back, but the 88's right there in tow. Hillary Renault looking to have these two battle it out, and she can go through.
She's working her way down low. Sonhalter's got to stay there. He's going to lose the points he needs. He came into this with a 4-point advantage on Jeff Rollins. He can't afford to lose another spot. He's got to work his way up the ladder here in the final 20 laps of this race. And his chance of winning the Triple Crown is fading back to, at this point, has faded all the way back to 6th place. Not where he wanted to be.
Talked with Matt and his dad earlier in the pits. He says we've been consistent through all these competitions. He says sometimes it's better to be good than lucky. but he's going to have his hands full if he wants to get that championship crown right now. And as he keeps, like you said, Dave, dropping back, and Rollins is rocketing down the backstretch.
Rollins working off turn 4 to complete 32 circuits, 18 to go, with Tim Wenzel right in pursuit. Remember, coming into this, Wenzel was 3rd place in this point standings. If those two finish 1-2, they will move up, and Matt Sonnhalter is going to get pushed down at least to 4th, if not 5th, maybe further, with the lap car of Lutz there again as the leaders' second lead pack go by him through turns 1 and 2. Whoa, now the things got shook up big time. Lutz is down. Everybody's got to work around the outside of him.
That challenge was being made. Sonnhalter was trying to work his way back up through, but the lap car of the 7 spoiled that run for him. Andrew Barusso, and then Hillary Renault, Matt Sonnhalter, and Chase Curtis.
Chase Curtis just came up to visit. They had a car sitting around there really set up to run the Actor now, but hasn't been here for several years. Has a chance to get a good run in. We're working on the final 14 of this 50-lap event. Jeff Rollins, Tim Wenzel. They've got a full straightaway half-track lead, really, on 3rd place J.D. Stockwell. Russo now moved to 4th. 5th is Hillary Renault. Sonnhalter is not fading, but not able to keep up the pace where he needs to be, and he's got little time to pick up the pace and move back up to the front. Right now, Renault is dogging the 81. She might have a chance to move him out of the way before long. Eric Smith finally getting passed by the leaders. The 7s are not rolling well. Both of them now down a lap. 10 to go as the leader comes across the stripe. 10 laps left for Jeff Rollins and Tim Wenzel. Well, here's a little banging and thumping going on. Hillary finally had enough of Russo and gave him a shot going into turn 3, trying to move him over and get by him, and she's able to do it. That opens it up for Sonnhalter. He takes himself through the hole. May not be enough to get him to the top, but he's going for it right now.
Trying to get that 33 Vermont. The WeBuyHomes.com 33. Trying to get it further up in the chain, making sure he could solidify the points. Not sure he's going to have enough time to do it. Rollins still walking away. Tim Wenzel is your 2nd place. J.D. Stockwell, Hillary Renault, and then Matt Sonnhalter and Andrew Barusso. Barusso looked really solid earlier in this performance here tonight.
Rollins comes down off the corner to take one more lap. He's got 6 to go on his way to the championship. It's pretty clear he's going to be able to get that lookout. Leighton Lutz is going flying off the corner and brings it to a halt down in the infield. Doesn't hurt anybody. 5 to go now. 5 laps left for Jeff Rollins and Tim Wenzel. J.D. Stockwell going 3rd. 4th now, Hillary Renault. 5th, Matt Sonnhalter.
Jeff Rollins in the Clement borrowed ride. That 33 was here during the Battle of the Belt race that was won by Milton Duran. Jumped into this car, doing double duty tonight out of his modified into a late model. Tim Wenzel looking to put more championship points under his belt. We've got 2 to go this time by. The 33 belonging to Billy Clement, being pedaled tonight by the hot shoe of Jeff Rollins. Rollins, Wenzel, the Massachusetts missile of J.D. Stockwell, Renault, and Matt Sonnhalter still battling for spot. White flag has waved. Coming to the checkers. Jeff Rollins is your winner. Tim Wenzel Third is going to go to J.D. Stockwell. Renault beats Sunhalter for that spot. Russo, Curtis will round out your field. Eric Smith, 7 of Leighton Lutz. An amazing run in a borrowed ride is the 33, the Clement-sponsored hot rod for Jeff Rollins. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Teddy Bear Pools and Spas winner, Jeff Rollins. We're going to send it trackside to Dave Sutherland.
Jeff's going to fire it up and take his victory lap. We'll get a little bit of scoop from him on how he happened to be in that instead of his regular 0-2 ride. Jeff Rollins, pretty steady competitor here when he does come here to race, and this will show us just exactly what he's got. Once he got around Tim Wenzel, he was on his way. He's going to be coming down right up behind us here, so we'll just move up out of victory lane so he can roll in as a 2023 race winner and the winner of the Teddy Bear Pools Triple Crown. A few happy fans and family members there. A little bit of Miss M's cold water after a hot race. Here's your Triple Crown winner, Jeff Rollins. Okay, so first question is, how'd you work a deal to get Bill Clement's car?
It took a lot of money, I think. I got to thank Billy. This car, he did everything we needed to do over the week. I mean, he worked his tail off. He gets up early, and he was there at 2 in the afternoon till 8 at night, and he even looks exhausted today. But I definitely got to thank him and everyone that helped us out today. And this car just came really good about lap 20, and that's what I was hoping for. So it was awesome to do this.
Well, we were both commenting that your move into turn 3 was reminiscent of the days of Brian Ross, who found a way to he would just dive into that corner and take whoever it was who was in front of him, and you just put that move on Tim Wenzel, and you were gone.
Yeah, the brakes were a little funny in this. That's one thing we got to address. But I drove in there. I thought I was going to send us both up into like the 4th group, but he's awesome to race with. So, yeah, everyone that did, I definitely got to thank Teddy Bear Pools for putting this on. I love coming to these Triple Crown races.
Well, that proves it with a victory, and as far as we can tell, a championship.
Yeah, if we get through Tech.
Okay, good luck. You're champion. Tim Wenzel coming over here next. Tim, you had it look like you were just gone away for a while, and then the caution comes along.
Yeah, the lap car didn't help with that situation whatsoever, but the car was just too free tonight, and we didn't put enough wedge in it. But I'm happy with the second. It's in one piece. My first clean teddy bear race of the year, so that's kind of nice. But I just like to thank everybody that helps out: Valley Recycling, G Sporty Chevy, Amish Trucking, Bob Phil Racing, Virgilio Property Management. I'm sorry for getting 2 or 3 sponsors. 1812 Paint and Body, and then everybody that helps that gets us here every week.
And it's still valuable points toward the overall track championship as well.
We got 2 to go.
2 to go. That's the 9th and the 16th for Tim to win a championship. JD, for a rookie, you were racing with the guys like you knew what you were doing for 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty good. I figured out some stuff in the heat of how to drive the car better, and I would say that it pretty much worked.
You're not going to give away the secret of what you found out, obviously.
No.
But you ran them well. That was really good to see that happening.
Yeah, it was good. They got under Sonholter, and then the caution came out. I was super bummed. I thought I was going to get freight trained. And I'm like, wait, I can stay on the outside of him, so I tried to pinch him down a little bit, and I guess it worked.
Well, that's what you learn when you're doing this. Nice 3rd place finish here in the Triple Crown race.
Yeah, I got to thank all my sponsors, Doug from Doug's Auto Body, my mom, my dad, my grandma, the Steel Shed, Fleming Family Racing, who else? Beck's Automotive. I'm probably missing some.
That's okay. Third place finisher tonight, J.D. Stockwell.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all the staff here at the Monadnock Speedway, the Wren family of racers, we want to wish you a safe Labor Day. If you have an opportunity, Claremont Motorsports Park's got a 2-day event, Sunday and Monday, and a day of destruction at the Hudson International Speedway. Stay safe, be careful, and we'll see you next week.